All right, good evening, everyone. It's good to have everyone here. In the words of Leonard Cohen, I've practiced every night, now I'm ready. So it is Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, and we're here for the monthly voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. If business is not concluded by 8:15, we'll have a 15-minute break at that point, and we'll begin, as we always do, with a roll call from Clerk Spratland.
Davenport.
Here.
Lenny.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Fisher.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Culpepper.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
And Hamby.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. As we do every month, we'll begin by recognizing the Civility pledge that we've been provided with by the Georgia Municipal Association, and we, with about 80 communities, are a community of civility. And so that indicates that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness, and we value all input. Finally, we commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other, to the public, and our staff. So first order of business is always approval of the minutes from the prior month, and at this meeting we have minutes from Tuesday, September 5th, Tuesday, September 12th, Tuesday, September 19th, and the non-voting meeting of Tuesday, September 12th. And before we approve minutes, I know we have an interest item from Commissioner Myers, so I'm going to turn to you,
I'd
ma'am.
like to, before we approve the minutes, make a motion to reconsider last month's September 5th vote on solar arrays on the library. That was agenda item 18 on September 5th.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for reconsideration of an item from last month from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Hamby. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we'll hear this upon conclusion of old and new business today. All right, everybody got that? All right, I will accept now a motion for approval of those minutes as noted.
Move to approve those minutes and the minutes from September 13th.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for approval of minutes from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have tonight several opportunities for resident input. I'm going to note those opportunities. We have a consent agenda that are, at this point, items 1 through 10. Those receive a single vote tonight. We do have a public hearing regarding a partial street closure, which receives a public hearing. We have public hearings individually on the 3 planning and zoning items tonight. Those are items 12, 13, and 14. And then we have public input on old and new business, which are items 15 through now 26, given that we've got a reconsideration item. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, we have public input on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. No matter which section of public input you are providing, we do need to accurately capture your name and place of residence, and so there are cards that are on the table in the hallway for that purpose. So if you would complete one of those cards, I would dearly appreciate that. That will help Clerk Spratland make sure that your name and place of residence are accurately captured for the record. Please note that, generally speaking, public input is under the same contours no matter when you're speaking. And if you see this light in front of Clerk Spratland's desk, it will turn green when you begin speaking, it will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red when your 3 minutes is concluded. And I will ask you to take your seat so that we may get some input from other members of the public. So again, we have a consent agenda tonight, which are items 1 through 10. Would any member of the public like to speak to any of those items 1 through 10? One through 10, consent agenda items only.
May I ask, there's a gentleman looking for the handicap accessible entry, and he doesn't know who it is.
The handicap accessible entry is at the rear of the building. There's a ramp to that. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. All right. All right. No public input on items 1 through 10, the consent agenda items. Would any commissioner like to remove an item from the consent agenda for consideration and discussion by the body? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and take a single vote on the consent agenda items, but I'd like to ask Judd Drake, as our county attorney, to read the ordinances associated with approval.
Items 1, 2, and 3 have ordinances associated with them.
Item number 1, ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board and for other purposes. Item number 2, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded to the Transportation and Public Works Department for the Federal Highway Administration to provide funding for a safety action plan and for other purposes. Item number 3, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide a grant funding if awarded to the Housing and Community Development HCD Department from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD FY23 Pathways to Removing Obstacles Pro to Housing Grant in order to provide funding for identifying and overcoming local barriers to affordable housing production and preservation and for other purposes.
All right, is there a motion for approval of these first 10 items that are on our consent agenda tonight?
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright. I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, these are approved. All right, we're going to move to public hearing and deliberation on the proposed partial street closure. It's a multi-step process, so this won't be our final action on this tonight, but this is item 11. Is anyone here to speak to the abandonment and quitclaim regarding North Lumpkin Street? Good evening.
Good evening.
Provide your name and place of residence.
Sure. Buck Bacon with W&A Engineering. We're located at 355 Oneida Street here in Athens, Georgia. I'm our Government and Community Services Director and here to represent the interest of the Athens Housing Authority. And so we'd like to ask for your support in agenda item number 11, and we're also available to respond to any technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 11? All right, Attorney Drake, could you briefly outline for us what the next steps are that we'll take with this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're asking the Mayor and Commission to approve some resolutions tonight that follow the Georgia law with respect to the abandonment of public roadways and to enable us to locate roads for the North Downtown Athens Development Project. And there will be some public ads that will run, and that'll be the process, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. Is there a motion for support of this resolution?
Move to support this resolution.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool. Is there a second?
And I'll second it.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. So motion from Commissioner Hool, second from Commissioner Thornton. Any follow-up remarks, Commissioner Hool?
Nope, happy to do what we can to move this project along.
Commissioner Thornton?
Yeah, we've been working on this a long time. It needs to keep moving.
All right. Any other remarks from the body? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we move now into our planning and zoning segment of the evening, for which we have 3 items. The first of these is a project at 575 Macon Highway, and I know we have one resident who, Mr. McClendon, who had signed up to provide input, given our public process there. Mr. McClendon's here at this point. We'll take input.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Michael McClendon. I live in Princeton Mill. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as president of the Princeton Mill HOA. For the past 3 years, members of our community have raised red flags to you about the ever-increasing traffic volume on South Lumpkin, Macon Highway, intersection of South Lumpkin and Macon Highway, and all the way from Macon Highway and Millage Avenue all the way across the 73-year-old bridge out to Glenview. The 575 parcel is almost directly across the intersection and not even hardly a good stone's throw from 7 to 9 other entranceways to property. Now the developer wants to rezone the property to shoehorn in an apartment building of 50 or so bedrooms with parking into a very small parcel, again, not far from where ACC wants to build a boat ramp and parking lot. I have sent you and the commissioners who represent 5 Points numerous communications citing specific examples of the magnitude of the choking traffic problem on what is a primary roadway for safety vehicles and the public entering and leaving Athens and UGA. We alerted you to the traffic consequences of Glenview, the large new complex at Puritan Mill site, and the new Cloverleaf Apartments right at this intersection across from the Methodist Church. And just for your information, it's not unusual to see parking overflow for Cloverleaf in the church parking lot now. All of our concerns have generally met with silence and inaction. Members of our community have met with the leaders of Transportation and Public Works on site, along with the traffic engineers. They agree there is a major traffic volume problem, that the intersection is deficient, and there are not adequate shoulders on the entire roadway to and across the bridge for safety, and there are no sidewalks. After 3 years of communicating these problems, all we get is more development, which exacerbates the problem. It seems apparent that ACC has no appetite to constrain development. My experience in representing the interest of our community on this issue makes me think that if this problem was happening in the Boulevard area, you would be moving at the speed of light to solve the problem and limit development. But we're not Boulevard. We're just a traditional community in 5 Points. Perhaps that's your reason for inaction. I addressed this issue at the previous agenda-setting meeting. I was pleased that a few of you asked questions, which were helpful. However, the comments from some staff and commissioners to justify the rezoning were really cheap shots. For example, someone said, "Oh, well, be thankful. There could be a Raising Cane's there, and you could really even have more traffic." How condescending that was. Quite frankly, the competitive marketplace would take care of that situation very quickly. Recently, I was communicating with a staffer in the planning office to seek an answer to a question of one of our homeowners, and he was very helpful and gave me a good answer. But in the course of the conversation, the staffer made it known that he is an urbanist and wanted to make sure I knew what an urbanist was and what he believed about comprehensive planning and traffic. And after that conversation, I realized that no wonder traffic impacts are not considered an issue in considering new developments in Athens. In his view, we need to change our traditional way of living, quote, and use public transit and bikes. Really? So we are to live with the consequences of ever-increasing traffic to satisfy some virtual signaling objective of this planner. Is this the reason our planning process never sees the traffic consequences in any new development? Commissioners, we ask that you disapprove this zoning request. We are already choking on traffic, and approving this request will just make our lives worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Is there anyone else here to speak to item number 12? Item number 12, Macon Highway.
Macon Highway, yes. Got here just in the nick, didn't I? David Matheny. Worked with Armin Trout Matheny Thurman at Research Drive. Clearly, we are in agreement with staff and also with the Planning Commission, Planning Department for approval of this property. Also, I wanted to make sure that you understood that this, while it's not a binding site plan or plan, it is the plan that we're going to do. So I think it's quite reasonable to understand that there's a lot of things that could be done with that property as it's currently zoned that could be much more detrimental, particularly with regards to traffic, than what we're proposing. So obviously my goal here tonight is to have a motion and second for approval of this project and support from the rest of the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matheny. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 12 regarding Macon Highway? Seeing none, Commissioner Hamby, would you like to make a motion regarding this item?
Sure, I'm going to make a few comments, first, Mayor, if I could, and ask Brad to clarify some things for me. And I certainly, as we all do, I think when we approach these zoning issues, we look at what the impact is going to be on all the zoning issues. Not 2 weeks ago, we just turned down a big development that would have happened on Baxter Street Drive because of the impact it was going to have on the residents around there. I can think of many times when some issues came up before us with Timothy Road development. Y'all were very helpful in making sure that the impact wasn't realized from that standpoint. So, Brad, I'm going to ask you about the impact on some of this and how the impact of the current zoning can affect the development over there. So it's my understanding that currently it's a CG zone. They'd have to build commercial down below and could put basically 20 up to 25 bedrooms on top of that commercial development. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, but the property's a little less than an acre, Commissioner. So
Right.
it'd be about 22 beds on top of any of the permitted commercial or office uses that are listed in addition to.
In addition to, so they could build that by right now.
That's correct.
And I'm having trouble grasping how 35 bedrooms that this is being zoned to would be more impactful than that would be. I guess that's rhetorical.
I mean, I think we discussed that a little bit at agenda setting, and I think it's reflected in, the lack of comments from our traffic engineering department in your staff report regarding impacts.
Right.
I mean, a 44 one-bedroom unit development is going to generate, I mean, we're somewhere between 200 and 300 trips per day, 20 and 30 peak hour probably,
Right.
based on the unit mix. I would think that just about any full commercial development that ended up on this property would probably generate more than that in addition to what they could build
And
by
that
right.
doesn't even include the option if they would have inclusionary zoning associated with it.
Yes, and both of those have an inclusionary zoning option.
Right.
The RM3, if changed, you could administratively choose to go from 50 to 75 beds per acre.
And the likelihood of that happening on 0.88 acres.
I think it would be difficult to park.
Right.
And make the numbers work. But likewise, you could, with the commercial general as zoned, where you get a 50% increase in RM3, you get a 100% increase in CG. And so you could go from 24 to 48 with still the same allowance for commercial if you could provide parking for it.
Okay. Well, knowing that and knowing that we do look at the impact as I've seen Brad do over the years many times, I'm going to make a motion to approve this rezone.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up remarks?
I think Commissioner Hamby hit it on the head. The current zoning actually allows by right, without it ever coming before this body or even the Planning Commission, would allow by right far more traffic intense uses than these 32 bedrooms. And that's not even, talking about the possibility of, if the property next door were to end up being absorbed into a bigger project. So this is actually reducing the potential traffic impacts of development.
Further comments? Commissioner Thornton?
I had a comment for Mr. Matheny, if that's okay. Is it because it's such a small parcel that you have a non-binding agreement? Why did you choose non-binding?
Well, we just.
I mean, I trust you in this, but
Well, we just didn't think it was necessary. I mean, because when we submitted our request for the rezone from RM2 to CG to RM3, we went ahead and submitted our plans because we knew that's what we wanted to do. So we just didn't feel like it was necessary to go for something that required a binding plan. The rezone is really strictly just to help increase the number of bedrooms to make this small piece of property a viable project for the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other input from members of the body? All right, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you need to read an ordinance associated with this, Attorney Drake?
Yes, sir. An ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 0.88 acres located at 575 Macon Highway from CG Commercial General to RM3 Mixed Density Residential and for other purposes.
Right.
Y'all
Thanks,
might want to
Attorney
vote
Drake.
again,
Just for affirmation, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We're going to move on to item 13. This regards parcels on Atlanta Highway and Bedgood Road. Is there any member of the public here to speak to this item tonight? Evening.
Good evening. My name is Frank Pittman. I live at 1400 Saxon Road in Watkinsville. I'm here representing the purchaser of the property. This is, and we talked about this at the agenda setting, this is part of the Winslow Park PD, part of the commercial part of the PD. There are two sides of the parkway that were deemed commercial. This is the right side. Under the PD, there were some defined uses, mostly being retail and restaurant, which over the years just have not been very viable on that part of Atlanta Highway. The request is to remove this section from the PD and rezone it to a straight CG for a new Hyundai dealership. My client owns the existing Hyundai dealership on Atlanta Highway. That's in a rented building that doesn't meet Hyundai standards, and so he's got a temporary agreement with Hyundai until he can build a new facility. There were a few staff concerns, one being that the sewer through Winslow Park had not been accepted. We've met with utility staff, and we've got a plan to, we've got a contractor on board to go out and clean out those lines and to start that process. There was a question about tree canopy. We're actually conserving a fair amount of tree canopy, whereas the PD for this portion was not conserving anything. And then just to, as a final note, we met with the adjacent property owner, Mr. Marks, as well, who spoke in favor at the Planning Commission meeting. And we've agreed to do some additional buffering along the back of his property with some fencing and evergreen trees. And he's happy to see us come along as well. With that, I would love to ask for y'all's approval and hear for any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 13 regarding Atlanta Highway and Bedgood Road? Commissioner Gould, would you like to place a motion on the floor?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve and reserve my remarks for after the attorney reads out the ordinance.
All right.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning 4 parcels of land or portions thereof comprising approximately 7.63 acres in total located at 4500 Atlanta Highway and 125, 135, 145 Bedgood Road from CG PD Commercial General Plan Development to CG Commercial General and for other purposes.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Gould. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. Go right ahead, Commissioner Gould.
Thanks, Commissioner Thornton. Yeah, I mean, in brief, just kind of echoing what I said at the agenda setting. Question here is whether we want to pull out a chunk of this PD that hasn't gone anywhere in more than a decade, but fronts Atlanta Highway and rezone it CG. The fact that they're planning to make it an auto dealership, not exactly my favorite thing to go in there, but it makes sense given the area, and I do like that whatever goes in there is going to be better than the nothing that we've seen for quite some time. So, yeah, I'm happy to see this move forward, and hopefully from here we can see the rest of the PD evolve, be it as a PD or otherwise.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further remarks, Commissioner
The only-
Thornton?
I think I'm just going to ditto Commissioner Houle because, again, having that property on the tax records will help Athens in the long run. I also hope that this dealership will be involved in the community as far as jobs and opportunities. So I hope it's not just a warm spot, but even if it's a warm spot, they still got to pay their taxes. So I'm good.
All right.
I guess if I may, Mayor.
Please.
Just for the benefit of the public who tends to watch these, but not necessarily all our many meetings before, I do just want to emphasize, we are straight rezoning to CG, so right now the plan is a car dealership, but that could change by right, as I understand. Is that correct, Brad? So just to be aware, if something happens between now and whatever gets built, it might not come back before us, just as long as it's by right under commercial general. Thanks.
Good point. All right, any further input? All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Houle and a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, final zoning item of the evening regards Tally Crossing and Hull Road. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brett Thurman from Armentrout Matheny Thurman, 330 Research Drive here in Athens, Georgia. And I'm here to represent the owner and the developer of this section of what we call the CJB property. When we originally rezoned this property from CR to RM1 a little over a year ago, at that time was the intent to develop the entire parcel. However, in the course of things, it's now become where other people are interested in developing the RM1 section of the property and Tally Crossing itself, but didn't want to deal with the additional road down to Hull Road, which was part of the original plan with Athens-Clarke County. And so that parcel was therefore subdivided away. In order to support the kind of development that the owner wants to do here, and he's looking at a townhouse product that's going to be owner-occupied. He wants to sell these townhomes in this area because he feels like the area there's a number of apartments there. We put apartments in on a previous track. There's apartments on the other side, and he feels like that the area is ripe for some owner-occupied dwellings, and that's what he wants to do. And so that's why we've asked him for the RM2 rezone on this property in order to get that completed. And I hope you will respond favorably to this request. We were gratified to see that the planning department agreed with our assessment of the property, and as well as the planning commission voted wholly in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman. Is there anyone else here to speak to Tally Crossing and Hull Road? All right, seeing none, Commissioner Thornton, would you like to make a motion regarding this item?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item, and I'll make my comments after I get a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Link. Attorney Drake, I'll have you read the ordinance so we get that out of the way.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 6.11 acres located at 160 Tally Crossing and 1049 Hull Road from RM-1 mixed density residential to RM-2 mixed density residential and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. Go right ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
Actually, I guess I could have made my statement right after I made the motion, but I do want to say we're always, to have this owner-occupied concept is good. We need that. We have a lot of rental. We talk about density and renting, but to have that goal of owner-occupied, and I do believe that that area is so exploding right now. So we have rental property, we have businesses, it's just exploding. So this owner-occupied concept, I think, would be very fitting for the development that's already happening in that area.
Thanks, Commissioner. Follow-up, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo Commissioner Thornton's comments about owner-occupied properties. I'm glad to see some of that going into this really booming area. There's plenty of, resources for folks who live here to shop and have restaurants, and it's close to our industrial zone. And I would like to see some more owner-occupied units coming into some of the bigger projects that we start to see. So this is a good thing.
Any further input from members of the body? All right, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Go forth and do well, my friends. All right, we have now opportunities for public input on old and new business. Those are items 15 through 26, which includes a reconsideration of an item from last month. And so if anybody would like to speak to any of those items, 15 through 26, now is that time. As I mentioned earlier, if you would complete one of the comment cards, we can accurately capture your name and place of residence for the record. All right. And if you'd line up, that would be an easy way for us to move through the evening. Good evening, sir.
I'm Bruce Menke, 113 Buttonwood Loop, Athens 30506. I want to speak briefly to agenda item 22 and 23. My wife and I urge the commissioners to unanimously approve Agenda Item 22, Acceptance of Affordable Housing Investment Strategy, and Agenda Item 23, Acceptance of the Strategic Plan to Reduce and Prevent Homelessness. Athens is experiencing a perhaps unprecedented period of homelessness and lack of affordable housing, and we applaud the efforts of the mayor and commissioners to address these issues by first carefully defining the size and scope of the challenge and then dedicating the resources appropriate to determine the most effective ways in which to address them. The needs of the Athens community are many and varied, and we look to the mayor and commissioners to seek ways to make Athens a community in which people of all income levels and stages of life can find viable living space. We've examined in outline form the strategic plan to relieve and prevent homelessness and the affordable housing investment strategy. We believe both set forth practical and effective actions to address these extremely important and pressing needs of our community. It is our hope that these two items will receive the unanimous approval of the commissioners, which we think they so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menke. Good evening, sir.
Fred Smith on 425 Rivermont Road. I'm speaking on number 24, Plan for Sanctioned Homeless Encampment. First, I want to thank you for having done the encampment. A lot of you know the conditions of those families before the encampment. Some of you went up into the woods and know what kind of condition those families, those individuals was living in. And so for these few families, roughly 50 plus others who have transitioned beyond the homeless encampment, this project has been a success. In spite of all the other things that took place that took attention away from the success, it has been successful. When you look in terms of the fact that we had goals in terms of how many families we would help, we've done that, right? And we provided services beyond what was in the contract. We did have a lot of other stuff that went on that I'm sure that from all of us at some point got exhausted about. But again, we need to focus on what the encampment was about. It was about providing better living conditions for a few homeless people in our community. And again, that has been successful. And people often ask me, how can you say that providing a tent for someone in an encampment is a good thing? Because I know that I can speak for myself and probably for a lot of you too. You could not even imagine living in a tent in the time of storms and heat, et cetera, climate change, et cetera. But when you compare that condition, those conditions, to the conditions under which those individuals were under before, it's a success. And the reason I know it's a success because I have looked in these individual eyes, and they will tell you that this has been a good thing for them. So I'm asking you to not approve a plan that will result to returning these individuals back into those conditions where very inhumane, right? We know. Let me just be honest. They were in conditions, and many still are, where they don't have bathroom facilities, et cetera. So again, this here, in spite of all the noise that has and other things that have gone along around this, It has been a success, so we beg you to give this some more consideration, and let's not move backward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good evening. Appreciate everybody's presence. Just, if you just listen to everybody's comments, that way we can kind of move through and everybody can have their opportunity to be at the mic. Good evening.
David Lyle, 178 Virginia Avenue. I come here tonight to request that the commission approve items 22 and 23, the acceptance of the affordable housing investment strategy and the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. Athens is in the midst of a terrible housing crisis. It is a crisis for all kinds of people, including those who are unhoused. Homelessness is a very complicated issue, I think. I know a lot of people who are experts have worked on this plan. I am not one, but I think I do understand that although it is a complicated issue, homelessness fundamentally is about people not being able to afford houses. And I understand this body has had a lot of discussion about where do homeless people come from? Are they native Athenians, or do some of them come from other communities? I don't know. I guess there's some evidence that it's mostly Athenians, not people coming from other communities. But even if they are, people come to Athens for all kinds of reasons. It's a pretty, certainly compared to the surrounding areas, a pretty good place to live. It's a good place for people seeking higher education. We don't control how many students the university is going to bring in. It's a good place for laptop workers who work remotely. We have no control over that. It's a good place to get increasingly some pretty decent jobs. And we don't control really how many of those there are going to be in the surrounding area. And it's also, I think, compared to the surrounding community, probably, although our services are imperfect, a good place to receive services for those who are experiencing all kinds of trauma. And we, again, don't control how many of those people are going to come here. But what we do control is how much housing we build. And we need to build housing for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Good evening, ma'am.
I have some notes.
All right, and just let us know your name and place of residence.
My name is Ivy Gray, 708 Sheep Pasture Road in Commerce. I'm sorry, just a moment. I'm here to speak tonight on, in regards to the homeless situation and the proposals before you. I volunteer at the First Step Homeless Encampment, and I have since their beginning in March of 2022. I would like to find out some more information, if I could, about your plan regarding the eviction and removal of the residents that are currently in the First Step Encampment. I do understand that there is a hotel voucher in place. However, there are those, and you know, that they cannot or will not go to a hotel when it is a temporary situation. My question to the esteemed members is, what is the plan after the vouchers? I'm also wondering if there's going to be any mental health assistance for the people that you are relocating. The reason I ask this is that these people have been, for the most part, discarded by their family, their friends, and this system. We have tried to give them hope. Now, you tell the same people who have finally been able to reach out to their families because they have a permanent address. They have finally been able to dig their way out of their legal situations because they have a place to receive notices. We have given people who have struggled to obtain and to keep their personal documents, such as birth certificates, driver's licenses, and so forth. We've given them an opportunity to obtain these things because they have a permanent address. We have given them hope, and we have given them help, and we have assisted them in obtaining jobs. You are now taking an already discarded group of people and once again letting them know that they are unwanted and they cannot be members of our society. In your paperwork, you suggest perhaps limiting the services at the encampment in order to help keep it alive. And although I agree that there's possibly some cuts that could work, we could follow the lead of some of the other overnight shelters and ask for volunteers to supply meals. And we could eliminate some of our other luxury services. But to eliminate security at this encampment will remove one of the greatest benefits to the encampment, particularly for the women and some of our vulnerable men. I've had too many conversations to number in which a person is sharing with me their battles of safety and physical attacks that they encounter on nearly a daily basis while living on the streets. Our security and staff allow these residents to have a peace that that is not afforded to them on the outside of our fence. So I ask you, what is going to happen to these people who have done so much to belong in the last year and a half?
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good, good. So let's know your name and city of residence.
All right, Virgil Yalbo, 1000 Bible Street. My concern today is not only for myself, I help out there, I do security and all that at the encampment. My concern is for the senior citizens that we have there. Out of 55 people, we have like 40 senior citizens there from the age 62 to 77 that is not able to make it on the street. They're waiting for housing authority to help them out with apartment. And we have a little time to do this, but if you put these senior citizens on the street in the cold, most of them not gonna make it. So my concern today is to show some love to our senior citizens that's in the encampment now. I mean, you know, we don't need to put them on the street. They need a place to stay, and winter is here. So I'm asking to have a heart and help out the senior citizens that at the encampment now. We need to help these people. That's
Thank you,
all I
Mr.
got.
Diablo. Appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
How y'all doing? All right. My name is Ricky Willis. I'm a member of, I sit on the board of the Coalition Board. I'm here to speak on the behalf of the Coalition Board and all the homeless people here in Athens, Georgia. I'm currently in recovery from having a mental health illness myself. I don't like to say illness because that's the stigma that people that are trying to place these homeless people in the street that we endure. So as a person in recovery and that's currently working on my PhD in organization leadership, I understand that recovery is possible. You're talking to a person now that is a business owner. You're talking to a person that went from sleeping outside and from the temperature, now adjusting my temperature in my home. You're speaking to a person that my mom been in and out of prison since I've been 2 years old, was raised by my grandma, and still just going through day-to-day struggle in life due to my mental health concerns. You're speaking to a person now that stands before you to advocate for all my peers that is going through situations that I have endured. I'm standing before you as a person that works for one of the prestigious organizations here in Athens, Georgia, that is making a difference to make sure that we house these people that you all are trying to take the funds from and send them back out into the street. Like the gentleman said that was before me, it's getting cold out here. Winter is here. So as I go to my city, I just want you to keep in mind that recovery is possible. I've overcome so much. I went through, got my degrees, and currently sitting on the board of one of the biggest board down here in Athens that is fighting for the root of and rooting for these people that are currently homeless. As a member of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where the pastors Darrell Bloodshaw being fed daily on how we should, as people, treat others. And that's why I'm here before you today. So God bless and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Tim Denson, 483 Quailwood Drive, Athens, Georgia. I am here to speak to the strategic plans for affordable housing for homelessness. I also am here speaking as the chair of the Athens-Clarke County Democratic Committee, who voted unanimously to support both of these plans. And I'm excited to hear that it sounds like there's some consensus has been formed around these plans with some CDOs, and I'm very glad that's happened and that we're going to be able to move forward, hopefully. I am a little concerned, though, about the focus within the CDO and also within comments made in the public and behind the rail about the focus on people coming from outside of Athens into Athens. We have statistics that show in these plans, and going back, that it's a small percentage. It's a minority, 10 to 15%. And if we're going to go by the point in time accounts, which I will definitely admit is definitely low, but still if we're going to go by that, we're talking, 42, 60 people that are homeless that come from outside of Athens-Clarke County. So when you take those numbers, I'm so confused on why we'd even put so much emphasis on it, when instead you can look at evictions that happen within Athens-Clarke County, and you have much more than that every single month. Why haven't we been focusing so much on evictions? When we talk about this problem, the call's coming from inside the house. It's not coming from somewhere else. If we want, and I can tell you this as somebody who works at the Homeless Day Service Center every single day, people are getting evicted is much more higher of a reason that people become homeless than it is because they came in here from outside of town. Much higher. And so when we do that, I just wonder, why aren't we focusing so much on those other kind of things? Why aren't we focusing on tools that this body has the ability to actually do things with? I'm fine with us trying to find things that the other counties surrounding us can chip in. That's a good idea. But the main, one of the things that we're going to put so much emphasis on, why aren't we, focusing on allowing dense housing to be built here in Athens-Clarke County? Dense housing. You read the housing plan, the word dense comes up so many times because it's a must. Why aren't we working with the magistrate court to try to seal evictions so that people who've had evictions are more easily able to find housing afterwards? Why aren't we trying to work to transition our water and trash utilities like other communities are to be income-based so that it's not as big of a burden for people who are renting their homes and they can have more money to pay for rent? Why don't we waive business occupation fees for landlords who participate in affordable housing programs? Why don't we allow ADUs? Why don't we lobby our state legislators to give us rent control tools? Why don't we allow dense housing to be built? I know all of these things aren't going to be able to be done here, but all of these things should be explored. And also all those things I just said are things that are happening in other communities. Again, let's focus on what we have control over. Let's not build up walls to keep people out.
Thank you, Tim.
Let's build more housing.
Oh, y'all gotta stop that.
Good evening.
Hey, my name is Madison Sanders. I live at 175 Lakeview Street. I am the Executive Director of Family Promises of Athens, as well as I sit on the Executive Committee of the Athens Homeless Coalition Board. I'd like to start with my firm support of the Strategic Plan on Homelessness being accepted tonight. This is the only responsible way to ensure that the agencies have the time needed to responsibly and effectively use these funds. But over the past few weeks, I have been part of many conversations and discussions about the plan, including the positive aspects and the potential limitations and challenges of the plan. And some of the concerns that I have heard from the community members opposed to the plan are comments regarding the lack of comprehensive data, including things like how many individuals are moving to Athens to receive homeless services, the impact and outcomes of the work of current programs and services being offered, and how taxpayer dollars are currently being used on this issue. I have also heard a worry that neighboring counties aren't doing enough to provide support to their own community, making Athens the closest place to find shelter and services. And while I agree that these can be valid concerns, where I will disagree is the statement that this plan does nothing to solve these issues. Strategies 1, 2, and 3 of the plan will help fund the Athens Homeless Coalition, which is a much-needed macro entity in our community that has the potential to be the primary convener to collect and share meaningful data, communicate and collaborate with neighboring counties to build their capacity for services, and to advocate for meaningful policy change that can work on the systemic root of many of the challenges of those experiencing homelessness in our community and what they face. This is a large task, one that will not be fully completed in a 2-year allocation period of these funds. However, I believe approving the plan is a step in the right directions toward creating a path forward. That, paired with an organization to be responsible for this issue, can move our community in a positive direction. The plan is nothing more than a piece of paper without a central body moving it forward. So I urge the Mayor and Commission to not stop at just accepting this plan, but to continue robust community conversations and action that garners traction for sustainability. In 2 years, our time and money will be mute if a plan for sustainability is not figured out from the get-go. And as a service provider, we work tirelessly to make sure that every dollar can go as far as possible for the clients that we serve. But we cannot robustly tackle this overwhelming challenge without government and community support. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Woolsey from 395 River Road. I'm here to speak in support of items 22 and 23 of the agenda. For Mr. Off of item 22, it's very important that we address the affordable housing crisis here in Athens. We all know that it's not just an Athens issue, it's a nationwide issue. And although we can't solve it nationwide, we can at least help here in Athens. The ability to every single district here in Athens, every single commissioner has people in their district who will benefit from the adoption of these measures, from the adoption of these plans, from the creation of a acquisition strike fund for helping to fund LIHTCs, as well as a general local housing fund. These will enable the creation of more housing, as well as more affordable housing, not just ones at the high end of the income bracket that we need here everywhere in Athens. The creation of these new homes that will be hopefully funded by these plans will enable people to better able to live here in Athens if they're just moving in, as well as stay where they are in Athens and not being forced to move out where they've lived for the past 10 or 20 years since they can't afford to live here anymore. Athens does not have, as we all know, not a very high median wage or median salary, and it is the truth that the housing costs have been rising incredibly high, and our salaries and Athens salaries has not matched that. Increasing the access of affordable housing will definitely help the tens of thousands of people in Athens who are looking to become a first-time home buyer or just simply trying to rent. The additional homes will decrease the rent costs and allow many people to spend more of their income on many of their other necessities besides just being rent burdened. As well, for the homeless plan, it is very important that that in order to address homelessness and to reduce homelessness, we need to fund these programs, such as the funding for the Homeless Coalition. This will enable staff to actually spend a lot more time, a lot more energy on the ability to coordinate and outreach with homeless individuals. As well, in other cities where they have tried this, what is clear is that the funding of the Homeless Coalition was needed to better address homelessness, and getting people into shelter, which the homeless plan also does, is also very necessary, as the worst aspects of homelessness, the worst negative outcomes, happens when people are out on the streets and do not have access to any type of shelter, which this plan also helps to alleviate. So thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Hayes, and I live at 247 South Millage Avenue. And I'd just like to echo the personal stories and sentiments that have been shared by those who spoke before me. And I just want to implore the Commission to remember the humanity behind these issues. If this plan is passed, it will help real people. If it's not passed, it will have very real consequences on very real people. I just ask that this Commission, when they vote, remembers the humanity and remembers the people behind the policies, because that's why we're here.
Thank you, Jacob. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Hampton Barno. I live at 355 River Road. I regularly spend my Sundays volunteering, doing food distribution with Lemonade Athens. I know these issues firsthand. And today, the City of Athens has the opportunity to adopt 2 plans that would tremendously do good to address the housing crisis in Athens, both the housing plan and the strategic homeless plan. The housing plan will go a long way in helping the working class communities within Athens with strategic investment. Additionally, the strategic homeless plan would adapt the proven housing first model to bring results to Athens. Cities across the world have seen success with the model. Salt Lake City saw a 72% decrease with the housing first model. Additionally, a Seattle study showed that they saved taxpayers money with the model as well. We know for a fact from a myriad of studies that stable housing helps get alcoholic, homeless folks clean. We will be getting people clean with this plan. There are some here today that are going to offer a lot of moralistic statements, a lot of judgment and disdain. And ultimately, we know that the numbers are on our side. We know that they are on the side of helping people out, making sure that Athens is a community that helps our poor. Jesus did say that there will always be homeless, but he spent his life so that he could help these people. Please listen to the data and not the judgments. We must do what we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perna. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Braden Dean. I live at 195A Pineview Drive. I'm a student here at the University of Georgia, originally from Rome, Georgia, so I commute back from the classic cities. But while I'm not a permanent resident here in Athens, the 4 years that I've spent here has made it very much a second home to me. And I care about the people, I care about the community, and it is why I am here. Now, I do want to say that obviously what we can say in 3 minutes doesn't catch the comprehensive work of the strategic plan, which is why I'm here. The 95 pages isn't the most, fun reading that I've had, but it does show that there was a lot of work into this, and I don't want to disdain the work by not at least showing my appreciation for the work. That being said, I believe the creed of the whole report is summarized on page 44, which is under Goal 4. And that reads that homelessness is ended through access to permanent housing. And on its face, this seems readily apparent. After all, the cure to disease is medicine, and to quench thirst, you must provide water. However, its simplicity also ignores the countless numbers of factors that not only plague the current homeless population, but will also haunt those in the future. Significant disabilities, fatherlessness, drug or alcohol addiction, and a litany of other issues play into creating homeless. The assertion here is that by simply providing a surplus of homes, then this crisis will just be resolved. But providing a home does not prevent homelessness in and of itself, nor does it provide something for our posterity to emulate. Rather, it conveys that this issue can be solved through pure economics, and that's simply not true. Certainly, I would not deny that a large percentage of those experiencing homelessness suffer from economic difficulties. My mother has a single mother's nonprofit back home, and I see this happening all the time. However, if we wish to create a resounding policy that targets this problem, then we cannot settle for simply building a home resolve the crisis. After all, the very data in the report finds that more than half of the people who are homeless have some form of mental disability, yet in the report it does not go over what kind of mental disability or how severe those disabilities are. Finally, I was surprised by the description of the encampment provided on page 40, primarily about the lack of any sort of expectations on those residing in the encampment. It reads, quote, "Many people cause no harm to themselves or others while under the influence of substances. Only those who do cause harm should experience consequences." This is a shocking forfeit of duty on the part of our community towards these individuals. What we have effectively created is a sanctuary for drug and alcohol abuse with the mere stipulation that they don't have to hurt themselves or others. People who are addicted to drugs do hurt themselves and do hurt those who do care for them by nature. And having expectations of people to move out of that and setting expectations of them to get clean is not uncaring. It's actually kind to them. It's providing an expectations. And I see that my time's up, so I'll just say thank y'all for listening to me, and I appreciate y'all holding this forum for everybody to talk to.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Eleni Simultanis. I live at 195 South Fork Court in Athens, Georgia. I've been a preschool teacher here 25 plus years, and I actually am not for this vote tonight. I'm not because I don't want to help the homeless, because I love the homeless. Our homeless in Athens, Georgia deserve a permanent building. They deserve heating, running water, bathrooms. They need a stability address so they can get jobs. They need in-house mental health, in-house self-esteem building. I'm not gonna live in a tent. I know you aren't, and you aren't, and you aren't. And I'm gonna tell you what, I wouldn't let my mom. And last time I went to this meeting, there was a woman there, and she was on a fixed income. And she said, I bought carpet for my tent. God bless her. She deserves a home, a permanent home. Listen, for $4 million with recovery money, which is all you allotted out of the $57 million we got, we could do so much. There's a mall sitting up there. There are buildings all over Athens that we can give these people a real home. So today, yes, I vote no for this because I want to come up with a new plan. Actually, I have a group of friends. We've come up with a plan. If you give us 2 months, we'll give you a budget and we'll show you how it's done for free. I promise you. Because these people around us here, they deserve a home. My mother deserves a home. You deserve one. And guess what? That housing market crash, I lost my house. I was homeless. I had to figure it out. I had to bust it up. I don't want to see this for everyone. So I'm going to vote no because I want permanent housing for all of you. I want health, food, love. I want them to know how to be part of the community. They deserve it. They deserve to be part of the community, and you cannot learn by living in a tent in the mud with no heat. You can't. It's not normal. They need to feel loved, supported. They need therapy. They need all kinds of things we can handle. But all we do is put it towards bureaucracy. All we do is say we build this committee and this committee and this committee. We don't need more committees. Here's your committee. Your town is your committee. They would love to help you. We are all about coming together and taking this money and making a permanent housing, a permanent place for them to grow and become part of our community. I love these people like they're my own. And you want to talk about Jesus? Jesus says, stand up and throw those tables. Stand up and speak for these people. I speak for you. I will build you homes. You deserve it. You deserve homes and a life and a schedule and food and not tents. Because I know you, Kelly. You ain't going to live in a tent this winter. I can guarantee you that. And I'm not, and you're not, and you're not. So thank you for your time. God bless you. I'm up.
Thank you, Ms. Summerthorne.
That is a hard to come up on. Well, that was my mother, and she's all butter. And I'd like to say,
Let me get your name and place
Joseph
of residence.
Wargo. I live at 195 South Fork Court because I live with my mother. I know, you can laugh about that. Well, here's the business. I feel like the only person in this room with a memory longer than 6 months because it seems about a couple years ago, a handful, we did this exact same plan. We spent almost $3 million, I believe it was like 2.8, and that project ended in criminal convictions. The person in charge of that project is currently in jail. All right? That's the truth. We're going to implement the exact same plan that we did last time with a new organization. Well, I went to the forum meeting. I'm a busy guy, work a full-time schedule. And the funny thing is that I didn't find a single city council member when I went to that forum. It was the very last one. Then she showed up. That was wonderful. But I didn't see Jesse Huell. Jesse Huell's my commissioner. I didn't see the mayor at this meeting. And when I went there, I saw almost $1 million in salaries talking about how we've made a plan. Oh, we've made a plan. We've made the plan. And what's the plan? About $500,000 to make more committees. To make, a commission, a PAC essentially, that's going to go out and tell people about the homeless problem. Everybody in this room knows that there's a homeless problem. And she's right. We need permanent housing. We don't need to throw away money on a $5 million tent project where half of it already goes to outreach. Half of it goes to the existing services. And the rest, it's smattered all over the place. We gave $2 million in raises and retention bonuses from the last round for people who stayed on after the plan blew up. What is that? Seriously. Like, honestly, am I the only person here who thinks there's a problem with that? At the end of the day, we need a permanent solution. We don't need to be throwing around this ARPA money. What we need to do is go back to the budget, scrape up whatever we can, whatever needs to be done, and put it all towards permanent housing structures with a strict program that reintegrates people back into society. And you know what? It's great. If 90% of the homeless are from Athens, perfect. Get them on an HMIS register, put them in a program, and Athens will only give services to Athenians, to people who live here. And that solves the problem completely. We don't have to worry about out-of-towners because we'll have a program, we'll have people on the lists already. We could start tomorrow if we really wanted to. We could send out people to volunteer. I know they do it, to go put people on lists. to say, look, this person, here's their picture, and here's what they need. We've been talking to them. There are people in this room who have a vested financial interest, by the way. $400,000 of this budget is going towards that homeless committee that some people have come up and talked about being on. That's the truth. They have a vested financial interest in this project. Okay, great. If they really want to help, they should want a permanent solution. I don't want $5 million to go to outreach. I want 10 or 15 or $20 million, because we have about 28 left in the ARPA fund, to go towards a real solution. And I'm sick and tired of pretending like the last time we did this project, it didn't blow up in our faces. They said it at the forum that I went to. They said 54% increase in homelessness, they believe, since the last 2 years. I wonder how that happened. We're the #1 provider in the Northeast for all of homeless services. If you take Atlanta out, I think we're the #1 in the state. If you provide 7 million more, 30 seconds, if
Thank
you
you
provide...
for caring so loudly, Mr. Ordo.
Man, 7 million for more tents, then what's gonna happen is we get 7 million more worth of homeless people, because they come from
I think it's my turn. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello. Sarah Gehring, 140 Griffith Street. I'm here to speak in favor of the CDO presented by Commissioners Thornton, Fisher, Link, and Myers for moving forward with the affordable housing and homeless strategic plans. I am here to commend those commissioners and thank them for putting in the effort to, I think there was evidence in there that they have clearly been listening to local partners and what the people who are on the ground doing this work every day have asked for. I appreciate the expediency, which with that CDO would have us move forward. And I really appreciate that someone said that the entire population is the committee. And I think that if that were true, we would be a very bad one. We can't get our facts straight. We don't remember where people are, get up and say just things that are completely obviously false. The homeless strategy document didn't lend itself to easy reading for people who weren't already very deep in the weeds and understanding this stuff and seeing what the government's been doing, seeing the money that we are putting towards behavioral health, that whole bucket. So I am glad, and I hope that you will continue to listen to the values of your constituents, which I think that you are doing right now. Most people that y'all represent are never going to get up here and talk to you or even send an email. But I think that you know that Athens is a place with a good heart, as I heard Commissioner Davenport say a few days ago. And I'm glad to see that these plans reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Joe Levine. I live at 464 Forest Heights Drive. I'm here to support both the affordable housing and the homelessness strategic plans. I was also encouraged to hear about the collaboration that took place on the commission over the past 2 weeks to get those CDOs done. I read the CDOs. Nothing seems too fishy in there to me, so I support these plans passing. I've lived in Athens for 10 years now, been a homeowner for 5. I pay my taxes, and affordable housing and addressing housing insecurity, these are things that I want to contribute to. These are things that I want to my taxes to go towards, that I feel good about contributing to. I want our community to have more control of our housing, more control of our ability to house our people and take care of our people. And I believe that these plans outline a path to do that. The homelessness plan, among other things, empowers an Athens Homelessness Coalition to grow as a coalition, a broad coalition with meaningful participation from people with lived experience to address and advocate for the complex needs of unhoused populations, including advocating for changes to state policy that currently limit what this body can do with landlords. Now, there is a lot that this body can do, and I'll defer to Tim Denson's list on that one. As far as the affordable housing plan, I think this is what a couple of commenters are missing from the equation, that we also have an affordable housing plan that is a roadmap to seriously investing in permanently housing our people. It's using the tools that we have available to us to build and repair 150 affordable homes per year. Now, we still have to take steps to dedicate dollars to see this plan through. And I know y'all want to engage with a lot of different partners on this, and I think that's fine, but I don't want that to make us forget that we have a responsibility, Athens-Clarke County and this body has a responsibility to come up with the recommended $5 million a year for the local housing fund and the acquisition strike fund to have a stake to guarantee permanent affordability. So as I said, I would like my tax dollars to go towards affordable housing. I support these two strategic plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Aaron Jocelyn. I live at 247 O'Farrell Street. I would like to speak in support of items 22 and 23, the affordable housing investment strategy. Someone spoke earlier about the Salt Lake City plan or strategy that they used, and it was very successful in several different ways. But the take-home message is that it is more affordable to be compassionate than it is to be hard and vindictive. And so if we do provide homes and invest in the community, then these things will come to fruition in a positive way. I would also like to remind everybody that these types of expenditures are an investment. We are a very well trained society in how to view and think about investing. We invest in things all the time with an expectation of a return, a positive return. And that's what this affordable housing investment strategy, I mean, is in the name. And so I would encourage everyone to view this more in the terms of the returns that are going to happen down the road instead of the money that is being spent up front. As far as the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness, I support the plan as is right now. I would also caution members of the commission to be wary of people who jump up and down and tell you what the truth is, and also to be wary of people who flaunt the no true Scotsman logical fallacy, tell you what's really happening. In the end, there are many people here in Athens who need help and need assistance to get back on their feet or to prevent and raise themselves out of homelessness. And I think that we as a community should welcome the opportunity to do that. And like Joe said before me, that's something I want my tax dollars to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Good evening.
My name is Robert Gorman. I'm here with my wife Carolyn. We live at 190 Mockingbird Circle in Athens, which is Commissioner Davenport's current district, Commissioner Meyer's previous district. We're here to support both plans. The one thing I would add that hasn't already been said is that I ran a multi-program human services nonprofit for 37 years. And so I know how important it is to have full-time dedicated staff to focus on a particular issue. And both for educating people, advocacy, organizing, not only organizing the people who live this kind of experience, but organizing for the funding to continue beyond the years that you're proposing. At the same time, that program absolutely needs funding to begin affordable housing, to fund affordable housing immediately. So I support both programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name's Valerie Bell, 2025 Baxter Street. I'm your librarian. I want to first invite everybody to some fabulous library programs that we have going on in October. But I also wanted to speak about the solar arrays that are going on at the library. I have spoken with my board, and just to give you another thought of this, the library board believes that even though we love our park-like setting and all of the trees that we have at the library, we're very interested in maintaining solar and getting a reduction in our electric. That will give us the opportunity to serve the community better, and we are looking at some increases in staffing as far as state health benefits are concerned. So that ought to be of interest to this board and this community as well. State health benefits are planning to go from the $10,000 per employee that we were paying now, employer share, by fiscal year 27, to just under $19,000. So we have some pretty heavy bills coming forward, and it's just something that I would like for you to consider. I spoke with, I sent out an email to the library board. 8 members of the library board got back to me. It's a 17-member board. 8 of them got back to me saying that they were in favor of us having as much solar as we could without ruining the park-like setting, I guess I can say. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Brendan Dula, and I live at 437 South Rock Springs Street. And I'm here tonight to speak in favor of both items 22 and 23. For the homeless strategic plan to reduce homelessness, I think it's important to provide services to people regardless of where they come from. And I know we've already heard the fact that it's a small minority of people who come from outside of Athens-Clarke County, and this is mostly a homegrown issue. But like former Commissioner Denson was saying, let's not focus on that small amount of people who come from out of town. It is our civic and moral duty to take care of people who are here, who are the most vulnerable people who are in need of our help, and we should do everything we can to help those people. For the affordable housing plan, a lot has already been said, but I would want to posit maybe using property taxes to fund the local housing fund and the back-resistant strike fund. I know it's going to make me unpopular. But people come in here complaining about property taxes all the time, and we cut property taxes, but who did that really benefit? Who here had lower rent because of the property tax cut? The median household housing price saved, I think, less than $3 a month in property tax cut, probably more like $2 a month. Meanwhile, landlords made off big, multi-million-dollar houses saved thousands in a year. And so I think using property taxes to fund affordable housing is the most sensible thing to do. And I saw in the CDO that this plan should be used to inform our future land use map. And I just want to encourage everyone, when we're thinking about zoning reform and building density, to not just focus on areas outside of the core of Athens. I think one way to guarantee that we get more and more traffic every single year is to build high-density housing in car-dependent neighborhoods in this county. We have a lot of historic districts and wealthy neighborhoods, Boulevard, Five Points, Cobham, all these neighborhoods that have minimum lot sizes of 1/3 of an acre to 1/2 of an acre. We should really be focusing on building density in these neighborhoods where you can walk and bike safely. You can live car-free, you can live car-light, you can have affordable housing in these neighborhoods that people can walk to work, get to groceries safely. And I really think that just focusing on building density outside of these neighborhoods is how you're going to guarantee traffic, and it's going to make no sense. So I think we should really consider how we can build density, especially in these walkable, bikeable, transit-focused neighborhoods. And that's everything I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Good evening.
Hi. I think somebody left their cell phone up here. But
But my name is Julie Jager. I live at 437 South Rock Spring Street, and I'm also here to speak in support of items 22 and 23. I am going to keep it relatively short and simple because a lot of people have said so much already about why these agenda items are so important to support. But I just want to remind you all that housing is a human right, and we all here have an obligation to take care of one of each other. As community members, we need to take care of one another. You all have a really unique ability to provide people within this community with housing, programs, and resources that they need. And one way that you can do that is by supporting these agenda items tonight. Homelessness is often a housing problem, and the affordable housing investment strategy that influenced the Affordable Housing Strategic Plan shared that we have a gap of about 5,000 affordable rental homes in Athens, and between 2020 and 2022, only 56 affordable rental homes were built or rehabilitated. So if you do the math, that shows that it would take us about 268 years at that pace to ensure that we're closing that gap. That's kind of wild. So it really does kind of feel like we haven't been doing enough to solve the housing problem and to ensure that unhoused members of our community are being provided with opportunities to live affordably, because that is their right. So I would just urge you all to help us take a step in the right direction to better take care of our community members by passing these items tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening.
Blake Tanner, 167 Featherwood Court. I also just wanted to rise up to speak to support both of the plans that are on the table today. And I was going to kind of leave it at that, but there was a speaker earlier, the one against that wasn't pounding the table, that was questioning why we would actually not want to prevent people using substances in the camp from staying there. I volunteer at Access Point of Georgia. I'm here to tell you that recovery doesn't work that way, that being homeless in itself is a huge barrier to recovery from substance abuse, and not the other way around. That substance abuse, people suffering from substance addiction, don't need to be incarcerated or punished or locked up or made invisible in order for them to get into recovery or be successful. It's quite the opposite. You need to find them houses if they're homeless. You need to find them a space to stay that's safe. And that's not going to solve their other problems if they're out in the street. And the other thing I wanted to push back on is just simply somebody questioning the notion that the budget here is being advocated for by people like the Homeless Coalition because they just can't wait to get their hands on that money, is simply a ridiculous assertion. The people who are here that are supporting this, that are of these various agencies, aren't here for the money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the work they're in right now. Nobody goes into social work in order to get rich. I urge you guys to go forward with this plan and also implement as much as you can, as fast as you can, because we're 20 years behind. And I really appreciate the efforts of the commission to charge forward. I hope this is a unanimous decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Dan Lawrence. I live at 157 Grady Avenue. I support the goals and strategies in both the reports for the strategic plans for the homelessness and affordable housing. Of course, there's a lot more that needs to be done on these things, but I think these plans are scaled right for local government as it is right now here in Georgia and for the money that we've got. So I hope you vote to move forward and fund these plans. I think the CDOs look good from what I can tell. Thanks. Oh, and support the dog registration plan too.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening.
Hi, Katie Goodrum, Wilcox Street. I'm also here to support the Affordable Housing Investment Strategy and the strategic plan to address homelessness and to support sustained funding for both of those. And I really appreciate the commissioners who work together on the CDOs for these. I just want to say that it's the right thing to do to invest in making housing attainable to everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Good evening.
Hello. I'm the Reverend Laura Patterson. I live at 125 Ashton Court, and I'm also the pastor at Princeton United Methodist Church. I'm also here to speak in favor of items 22 and 23, both strategic plans. And I was really pleased to see the CDOs that came out of this body and support those too. I especially was excited to see the mention of the faith community as a partner in that, and just wanted to remind y'all that an interfaith clergy group already exists and is working on their own strategic plan on how we serve the community. So a partner that is broad-reaching is already out there and looking for ways to be more engaged. At the same time, I also want to remind all y'all that are maybe not part of faith communities that faith communities are not piles of money that are sitting there. We are not dragons hoarding rubies. Most churches, at least, lost between 30 and 50% of their attendees during COVID, and with it, those giving dollars. So as you continue to move forward on engaging faith communities as partners in affordable housing and homelessness reduction, I just want to say, like, I am here for that, absolutely. And also, faith communities are not going to make up the gaps that the government may leave. A thing that happened a few decades ago was the federal government shifted food bank services to faith communities, and the result has been more hunger. There are some problems that are too big for churches to solve, but we can be partners together. The other thing that I wanted to say, I used to serve a church in Elbert County and did poverty reduction services there also. And so I just wanted to speak to the idea of engaging our regional partners. That's great. A partnership is a thing I love. I also know from firsthand experience in that county that they're not thinking about this in the same way this county is. And so as we seek to move forward, as we seek to serve our most vulnerable residents, that we should not get hung up on waiting for other people to come along. We will need to move, and some of our neighbors may not be there yet. So again, I support both of these plans. I thank you very much for your work that you've done, and I hope that they will be unanimously supported and fully funded and implemented quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Patterson. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Elise Stengel, 235 River Hill Drive, and I am here tonight in support of items 22 and 23, the acceptance of the Affordable Housing Investment Strategy and the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. And I also was glad to see the CDO with the cooperation from multiple commissioners. I am on the board of the Homeless Coalition, and we are a group of service providers who are all volunteers. The organization has no staff. We're people whose day jobs are in the social services in town, and we mostly just see the gaps and the things that we could do with more time and money. And this plan was created with months of input from community members, from organizations, looking at what other cities had done. And it is not a super exciting magic bullet plan. If those existed, we would have taken care of this problem already. And I really don't want to see this plan not move forward because it's not perfect, because there's going to be no perfect plan. If we wait for that, we will never move forward at all. So I hope we can move forward and start taking advantage of these funds, especially for the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for the work that you're doing. My name is Brent Temple. I live on Tibbetts Street in Athens. I lived in Athens for quite a while now. I do have a history on the Homeless Coalition, on the board of the organization that runs the camp on Barber Street. I am in support of the two items on the agenda, for the record, but what I'm here to do is offer a narrative, sort of frame the narrative around what has happened in Athens at that camp, what we have done. I would point out that what this body did in partnership with that camp is extraordinarily rare. It worked. Has it been easy? No, it has not. Has it been stressful? Yes. Has it been chaotic? Lord, it has been. But it worked. We keep people safe in an environment better suited to moving forward than the woods. It is a safer place to be than an unsanctioned camp. Is it the answer for housing? No. It is one layer of homelessness that we must address, because homelessness is not a single thing. There's layers to this issue, and you've got to meet these layers. The reason I support this plan that's in front of you is because it does. It does have ideas to address multiple layers of homelessness. What the camp does and has succeeded at doing in excellent partnership with the city, with my deep gratitude for that, what it has done is served the people we said we would serve at the price we said we would turn in. Y'all set the budget, we did it. It worked. You have a plan in front of you from a former member of the organization that reduces the cost if you can find a way, if you can work with us in some kind of way to keep the thing moving. It reduces the cost by approximately 2/3, from about $1 million something per year down to about $310. It's napkin math. We need time. Work with us. Help us come up with this plan. Be with us in this process so that we don't have to be talking about putting people out, and we can keep finding a way to make it work. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you're going to do.
Thank you, Brent. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Walker, and I'm here to talk about the homeless and the low-income homes. Like everybody has said, we need homes. The homeless people need homes. I've been going out at night by myself, feeding the homeless, just to talk to them and let them know somebody do care. You got pregnant women out there sleeping on the ground, need somewhere to go. So, if y'all could spend the money that you have, get Spencer Fry out with the money he done got, and I'm serious. All the money that these organizations get, I don't really see nobody in here, and he should be the first one in here, because when he was nobody, he was building houses. But now he got some money. Now he done got money. You don't see him nowhere. And then when you do see him, you can tell him what I said. He lying.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Laura McCoy. I live at 102 Massey Lane. I went from experiencing homelessness to being housed 8 years ago. I would move my camp around District 7, and then I was housed through the Athens-Clarke County Jail, and I was supported through an accountability court program, and there was a program available to pay rent for me to go to a recovery house, and it saved my life. And I am an aunt, and I am a sister, and I now work for the accountability courts in Clarke County. I pay my taxes, and I'm sure you would much rather me be doing this because I was supported through a housing plan rather than pitching a tent in your backyard and shooting dope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Teresa Bowers, and I'm a resident at 1000 Barber Street. And I just want to say that a year ago I came there, and it is a safe place where maybe tents might not be the best idea, but it's a safe place, you know. And I do have a little 3-year-old Jack Russell Terrier who wasn't very welcome anywhere else. So I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I hope that you don't kick us out in 2 months. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms.
But
Powers.
other than that, I think it's a great idea. It could be better, but it's an awesome place, and I don't have to worry about being killed in the middle of the night. And that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Jacobs, 321 DuBose Avenue. I'm a business owner, been a business owner in downtown Athens for 13 years, live in the Boulevard area. And one of the things that this plan doesn't talk about are the consequences of what could go wrong with the homeless coming into our town, which I understand you guys have several statistics. I was also a math major. I know methodology is huge in determining those statistics, i.e. what does an Athens resident really mean? How long have they been here? Like I said, I've been downtown for 13 years. I see new faces all the time. I know new people are coming in from out of town. You talk to an EMT, you talk to police, anyone you talk to knows that this has become a service hub. While everybody's eyes were closed, it became a service hub. As a matter of fact, in the introduction to this plan that I went to the community feedback on, we were called a service hub. I had no idea. I asked a simple question, and I do want to do something with the homeless, don't get me wrong, but this plan is not it. To me, it's just throwing money against the wall and seeing what sticks. There's a lot of help out there. There's a lot of people in here willing to do the help. This plan doesn't address many of the major problems, addresses some of the symptoms of homelessness, some of the symptoms you see of homelessness, but not really the causes. The root cause doesn't even get addressed in the plan. In the cloudburst plan, it's not even addressed. And so to me, some of those things need to be taken care of before we go forward and just throwing money out, because what's going to happen at the end of this plan is one of the questions I asked. What does it look like at the end of this $4 million, $5 million that we spend? Where does homelessness stand? What is the desired result? And I couldn't get an answer. What I did get an answer on was that it will create an infrastructure for us to be more competitive for future dollars to address the homeless problem. A concession, in my opinion, that we anticipated growing. And frankly, we have a small community, and we got a lot of caring people, and we need to address those community needs. I can tell you countless stories and encounters I've had with homeless people that are clearly mentally ill, unstable, violent, expose themselves and urinate in front of children, middle of the day. Like I said, I'm a business owner downtown Athens. I've seen it. I've emailed some of you commissioners about this. Solution, let's put a bathroom downtown. Literally the next day, someone's urinating behind my place of business. I have 30, 40 employees. Every single one of them to a T has similar stories of being approached and feeling very unsafe. And to me, this doesn't address any of the weakest that this will affect by bringing in more homeless people, nor does it address the fact that more homeless people will come in. You guys can give statistics, but I got 2 eyes, and I know that more people are coming in. And I got 2 ears, and I know that the emergency services are already stressed, and the majority of their calls deal with this issue. So I would like to see some of that addressed and not just throw money at a wall, see what sticks.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Good evening.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Geraldine Brewer, Big Mama, and I live at 1000 Barber Street. I am a resident there. Believe y'all, I'm the one that was actually doing the work in the White House when Trump was in office as president. I'm the one the government is keeping hush-hush about. And I have also been helping President Joe Biden in the White House. But they want to keep it hush-hush because I'm a black woman that did not go to college. But I have wrote a poetry book since I've been homeless. I've got another one entitled Hiding Behind Closed Doors that the government officials have. Plus, I am working on another poetry book, and I'm also working on another book. And I actually crochet my blankets. They're based on proper sizing, as well as my poetry is based on proper sizing. Those that know, I can be hardcore when it comes to writing things to our government officials. They know. But it makes them mad, upset, and angry, and probably want to cuss me out and kill me too. But it makes them think too. And I'm gonna say this, y'all may hate me, that's okay. Our government officials, they should think before they vote on anything in Senate and Congress, because they got to realize one day they're gonna lose the election, and they're gonna have to go by their own laws and stuff that they voted on. And guess what? They found out when they got out of government business. They wish they had not have voted, or they wish they should have voted. They is not thinking like they should. That's why we're having a lot of problems with our government. They want to jump fast, but they ain't thinking of the consequences later on down the road. They ain't thinking about their kids, to have grandkids and other family members. And then it's like, and just like the Medicaid healthcare insurance, the things they are voting on, they should reconsider with what they're doing. Like I said, they're gonna lose election, and they're gonna wish they have not have signed stuff. I'm finished.
Thank you, Ms. Geraldine.
My name is Gordon Roden. Good evening.
Good evening.
From my commissioner's playbook, let's pretend that COVID had never happened. What was the homeless situation in Athens prior to the COVID situation? We had a homeless situation. It's been around for a long time. What was the plan dealing with the homeless situation at that point in time? And then all of a sudden, there's millions of care dollars that show up. It reminds me of a family I just worked with that the mother died and didn't have a will. And those 3 loving children went to war with each other. Court, law, the whole 9 yards. I think my concern tonight is surface problems and root causes. And we are working on surface problems and not dealing with the root causes of what is causing the homelessness in our situation. Housing is a big, Ovita and I have talked about this, housing is huge. But with the faith-based community that we have in our county, and also the nonprofits. You know, in 1972, I headed up a nonprofit organization, you know. We had a board, never got a federal dollar, never got a government buck put into us, and those young people turned out mighty good. You know, a lot of them did. So my concern tonight is for you as the mayor and commissioners, that fiduciary responsibility that I've stood here and talked about so often, that money that has been entrusted to you, that for God and the citizens of Clarke County, you use that money wisely to deal with root causes and not just surface problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rode. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Irene Rella-Porter. I'm at 1000 Barber Street. And the one problem I have with all the negativity, I want to thank Commissioner Thornton for coming out and actually looking at what Charles Hardy, Ms. Smith, the other Smith. There's a lot of positive things that would not have happened if it wasn't for this gentleman who sparked and started this. I don't care what happened. You picked up every negative thing instead of the positive stuff. Get down there, spend the money, do the housing, put these people back together, especially the originator. Listen to what he's done, because we've got proof of it right here. You just talk to 3 or 4 people who are enriched by his passion, her passion. Do it. Don't worry about the other stuff. Just do it.
Thank you, Miss Irene. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Richard Dean Winfield. I've lived for about 40 years at 160 Hampton Court. I think we all know that you can't keep a roof over your head if you don't have adequate income. If you don't have access to affordable health care, if you don't have access to affordable legal representation. But I think we also know that if you don't have a roof over your head, you can't stay healthy, you can't take care of your property, you can't attend to the welfare of your family, you can't properly earn a living, and you can't participate in political life on a par with your fellow citizens. And I'm hopeful that at the end of this meeting, the council members in Athens will show that here in Athens, there is a respect for the fundamental right to decent housing. And one of the great scandals of our nation is that that right is not protected by our Constitution. Our federal government has never fully recognized it and fulfilled it. State governments have not either. So under these circumstances, it's sort of left for you to stand in the breach and with the limited resources available, do what can be done and indicate that here we are going to stand and start to try to recognize and fulfill this fundamental right. So I applaud you for coming up with a meaningful plan, and I hope that you will adopt it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Winfield. Good evening.
Joan Roden, tons of notes, and I have no idea where they are. I sent an email to each of the commissioners, mayor, to the attorney, and to the manager. I hope you received it. In that email, it was a diagram of a pyramid, and if I can find it, I'll show it to you. But that pyramid was about a hierarchy. When I went to many meetings and spoke to many people during the forums, I was able to see and hear about the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I looked at the strategies. And I came up with something that I think is important for us to look at in support of being compassionate to the people that are in Athens who are homeless, who have housing situations, who have homelessness problems, and taking care of the first things first. In some ways, we're putting the cart before the horse. There are 10 goals. The first 3 deal with getting a greater overview of what we are dealing with, and that is addressed through the HMIS data program. But the HMIS data program does not capture all the different things that have been spoken about tonight, just some of them. Brent talked about multiple layers of homelessness. Elise said we see gaps. Laura said homeless to housing in 8 years. Ricky Willis talked about his success from homelessness to housing. Teresa talked about the Jack Russell Terrier. And Jason said, people are willing. At the end, what does it look like? Someone talked about the investment and the return on our investment. We do not have a database that gives us any idea. There are no accurate, concrete data that says who is in this column, who's got the dogs and the cats, who is it that has had mental health issues, who is it that has just lost a job and because of that lost their home. There's nothing that tells the people that are caring about the homeless, about housing. There's nothing that says, here are the successes. What are the people that right now, all they need is just a little bit of assistance to do whatever. Those people need to be in a category, not to stereotype, but to sort it out. A 5,000-piece puzzle turned on its back cannot be sorted out without some step-by-step attention to that.
Thank you, Ms.
matter.
Roden. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Mara Zuniga, Winterville, Georgia. I know for the most part, decisions have been made on how to vote on some topics tonight, but I'd like to address more of a whole in the public input process. On September 5th, 2023, regular session, Jesse Houle, while discussing the stormwater fee, brought up the issue of public input. He said, quote, "The last thing I'd like to say, if I may, sorry, is just this idea of public input session. I mean, if we have public input sessions, we know what we're going to hear. A lot of people say, screw this, I don't want to pay anymore. What do you want me to do for you anyway?" So I think we might do better to maybe frame them as public information sessions and to limit them to 1 or 2 and have one of them recorded, similar to how we did for the affordable housing strategic planning. And perhaps the wonderful advisory committee members who came here to testify would be so willing to do so again on a video. Perhaps Public Information Office can splice together comments, but you know, I'm personally just not interested in getting a survey that takes up a lot of staff time to hear from a bunch of people. That is exactly how affordable housing was framed. I wasted my time going to those public information sessions, as the presenters at times did not even know what they were talking about, whether it was renter or homeownership programs. They were not familiar with some topics, and at the Triangle one, even agreed, one of the presenters agreed with me that there was conflict of interest in the strategy. They did a lot of optics about inputs, but in the end, it was set up to get people to blow off steam, and probably to even discourage people from coming tonight. You were voted in your seats to hear public input and public matter, not ignore, not limit, not splice recordings or frame outcomes. There are many people who take hours of their week to look at data and present facts about the negative outcomes of certain policies through public input. Yet time and time again, you ignore and appoint like-minded people, friends of yours, into boards and committees to agree with your policies, going so far as opting to change structure, not people, to accommodate bad attendance because they don't attend important meetings and can't get a quorum. I want to remind the public next year, it's time to vote. And it's time to vote some people out. Those who see the stakeholders as a bunch of people and want to limit public input and splice recordings and frame outcomes. Frame outcomes, no matter how you justify, are rigged and unethical. When you limit citizen voice and begin to frame outcomes for your personal agenda, it's time to get a third-party ethics department to oversee the local government behavior.
Thank you, Ms. Aniga. Good evening.
My name is Kathy Kenny. I'm a native Athenian. My father was a councilman for about 26 years. Years ago, he said that we sold our soul when we started taking subsidized funds from the government instead of taking care of our own people. And I see today that he was very, very right about that. We don't have control over things. I mean, if you gave me $4.465 million to go toward helping people, and I'm a realtor and I own my own business, I have property right off Prince Avenue where I've seen 5 policemen trying to round up one barefoot guy in cold weather, being dangerous to so many people around there, and hearing people say they're scared to even live downtown anymore because of so many homeless people. But I want to help them, and I do that, and even on my own properties, I've got people that can't afford anywhere else. They've been kicked out of their apartments, and I've tried to make rooms for them. I mean, even to the point where it was just enough room for a bed, just to give them safety and to take care of them. We used to try to help people, and we do that. But if I had this much money and business and everything, I would look for affordable land. And I would look for it, which is, it's not going to be in downtown Athens. It's going to be like in the peripheral areas. And then I would actually build things that were affordable. You know, if you wanted to take this money and subsidize it to where you had something kind of like maybe Habitat does or whatever. You finance it, they have to work, they have to put in hours, to get these privileges or whatever. I was here tonight thinking that it was something to do with why Tent City was going to have to move. I've been trying to figure that out. Somebody said the funds were missing and that they were going to have to move, and they're looking for other places to move these people. And I have never experienced so many homeless people all over as there are now. I went to one meeting that someone called and told me about. I don't know how y'all find out how to be here, because, I mean, my husband is a retired lieutenant colonel, and he is sitting out in the car after we figured out how to pay $3, and a guy that was camped out on the sidewalk offered to give us coins to put in the meter so we could be here. But he couldn't get in this building. He's handicapped, and he's sitting in the car because he made it to the steps. We looked at handicap, and so somebody came in, somebody did come out to offer. I said, but that's the problem. We can't even get somebody that fought for our country into this meeting to even be able to express their opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny.
So,
good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is John Morris. I live at the intersection of Rock Springs and Broad Street. I am here because I believe that I take personal ownership of my neighbors' well-being as well as my own, and personal responsibility to first get to know my neighbors so that from a place of knowing my neighbors, I can best try to be compassionate and loving towards them. I believe it's also my duty to allow myself to be known to my neighbors and allow my neighbors to care for me. And so I just want to start by saying that. As far as the strategic plan goes for homelessness and affordable housing, I specifically want to talk about items or funding allocations 1, 2, and 3 on the homelessness strategic plan, funding the Athens Homeless Coalition. I sit as the chair of the Athens Homeless Coalition board, and it is my recommendation to our board that as a bunch of service providers, we pass that 501c3 off to the community to be led by the community. I really appreciate so much energy and attention to this very important issue in our community, and think that clearly there's some frustrations with government's role in facilitating dialogue around that, and would love to see a homeless coalition be that convener that facilitates dialogue between all of our very impassioned and emboldened perspectives and opinions. Specifically, funding allocation 2 talks about the empowerment of people with lived experience being involved and included and centered in those dialogues and conversations. I think we heard from a few speakers that are very near and dear to my heart and have changed my life for the better tonight. And so I speak in hopes that in funding a homeless coalition that is led by different community stakeholders, that we can have those people at the table. It's very common that we have dialogues around homelessness, and one of my clients will come, and then at the end of an hour and a half conversation about homelessness and housing, they'll raise their hand and say, so what are y'all gonna do about homelessness and housing? There's something wrong with the ways we're having our dialogues, and those people that have survived and been in survival modes on the streets have some of the most excellent ideas and experiences that need to be considered. There's some frustrations around data. As a service provider, data is something that is hard to come by. I'll talk about just data in general, like for what we have, but also the other costs associated with homelessness, preventable healthcare expenses in our ERs, jails, courts costs, lots of different GDOT who has to pay a contractor to bulldoze homeless camps for people just to move back a month or two later. There's lots of community and taxpayer expenses. So I would like to find a way that we can come together as a community, that we can all have dialogue together, that we can move in a direction that is compassionate. I believe that the Homeless Coalition is that entity, and I believe that the community, we should have ways and direct ways for the community to identify and work together towards solutions. So I speak directly in favor to that and invite all of you who has come tonight and who has been involved to be part of those conversations so that we can move forward together, and let's see what we can do together. Thank you,
John.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
My plan was, I certainly had the sense that we were at just about the end of our public input time, and immediately after that, I think we'll take a 10-minute break, in fact, if everybody can hold on just a minute. Okay.
I will do my best, but if people keep trickling to the podium, I'm not leaving to be rude. I just need to go to the bathroom.
I'm sorry.
Good evening.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight necessarily. My name is Linda Krotke. I live at 119 McNutt's Creek Drive. But something that somebody mentioned, a couple of things that have been bounced around. I'm sure you guys have made up your mind about how you're going to vote, so I'm not going to try to sway that. However, I would like for us to be just thinking back in years, from future to back today. I heard someone talking about everyone has a right to a home, everyone has a right to food and shelter and health care, and I'm not sure that everyone has that right, but I understand how we're compassionate, we want the best for everybody, and we'd like to provide as much as we can. But I do want to, the affordable health care, it's my mission, affordable health care. Well, affordable health care took hold, and unfortunately my daughter, who worked very hard, was able to afford her health care. When affordable health care came, she was no longer able to afford it. I mean, she had a friend who was not working. She says, "Oh, it's great, I've got health care." And my daughter said, "Wow, must be nice, it costs too much for me, I'm barely making it." So you replace somebody with health care, and then you took it away from somebody else. Not you guys, I mean, I think government did. So just as I'm thinking about affordable housing, and I don't know what the outcome of this is, but if it works the same way as affordable health care, what's going to happen is you're going to give some people housing, and you'll be taking housing away from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krotke. Good evening.
Hello, I'm not talking about homeless issues tonight. Is it still appropriate? Is this the time?
Any item that is on our agenda. 15 through 26 are the items under discussion right now.
My name is Karen Giroux. I live at 90 West Church Street in Bowman. My family is one of those that was priced out of Athens, but we still work and play in Athens. Not much to do in Bowman. I've loved Athens for 35 years, but ACC, you've got a compliance issue, and worse, there's little to no indication that you're willing to fix it. 2 years ago, you gave the key to the city to Logan Small, Darius Weems, and the Darius Goes West crew. I'm proud to say my third grade class were the first contributors to that project, and if you haven't seen that movie yet, go ahead and rectify that this weekend. But spoiler alert, the entire movie is about how inaccessible the United States is, despite the ADA being passed in 1990. The same year that Darius Logan and the crew were honored for their movie about inaccessibility, ACC celebrated the opening of a beautiful, gorgeous, but vastly inaccessible playground at the Sandy Creek Nature Center. It may have met the bare minimum of access codes, but many, many parents of disabled kids took pictures and videos showing how inaccessible the playground actually was. Instead of listening to those who experienced it, Leisure Services doubled down on their insistence that it was accessible because it met the 1990 law. This is a pattern with ACC, telling the disabled community that they are not experiencing what they're experiencing. When the blue squiggles were installed last year, many in the disabled community spoke about how they limited access to the crosswalks. We were mocked and called whiners by the community. ACC did what it does and paid no mind to the inaccessibility issue and offered nothing to the disabled community, not even acknowledgement. I recall at least one commissioner stating unequivocally that there was no access issue. This from a commissioner who did not need mobility aids, nor did their offspring. Why are so many able-bodied decision makers in Athens-Clarke County so comfortable speaking for a community they won't even listen to? But the circumstance that finally brought me here to talk about it, back to the public comment world, is that one of my children has been taking an amazing class at the Linden House. They've been doing it for a year and they have loved it. Last week that changed. I'll let them tell it by the email that they sent to the Linden House. Hello, my name is Dipper and I have Tourette syndrome. It is a neurological condition that causes me to say and do things out of my control. This is a condition I was born with and there is no cure. I was in the class at the Linden House, and I was talking to my friends about how cracked my phone is. They asked why, and I told them I had a tic where I throw things across the room. The teacher overheard this and said, "No, don't do that." I told him I couldn't help it, that it's a neurological condition. He said that if I was conscious of doing it, then I could control it. We went back and forth like this. An adult going back and forth with a disabled child about their experience with their disability.
Karen, thanks for coming down tonight. Your 3 minutes has expired, but if you want to email the rest of us,
I missed the
we will
third.
get it.
That was the main thing. I wasted too much time.
Evening, Lisa, you are the caboose.
And I am also on a different topic, so other than housing. So Lisa Milet, 237 Hiawassee Avenue. I'm speaking today as a resident of Athens-Clarke County, but my remarks are informed by my research and expertise as a professor of law at the University of Georgia, specializing in animal welfare. I'm here about agenda item I-18, the LRC's recommendation that you pass out with no action the proposal for a pet registration program. I oppose the recommendation. I do not believe the LRC had the information it needed to determine whether there is an overwhelming need for such programs, since no subject matter experts were involved in any of the discussions about the program. So it's premature to make a decision. I ask that you appoint a working group comprised of commissioners, subject matter experts, and staff to actually come up with a well-designed proposal for the pet registration plan before discarding it, and follow this with an educational town hall for your constituents. Respectfully, as a subject matter expert in animal welfare who studies Athens-Clarke County animal control data and runs community vet care clinics in the most vulnerable neighborhoods in Athens, I can tell you there is overwhelming evidence of a need for a pet registration program here. While 75% of owned pets are spayed and neutered, only about 20% of the shelter animals arrive already altered. This has negative implications for public safety, use of taxpayer funds, and the humane treatment of animals. Intact cats and dogs stray while looking for mates, which means they get hit by cars, they encounter strange people, well, people they don't know, maybe strange, and get into more fights with other people's pets than altered ones. This straying is one of the reasons intact dogs are responsible for 86.2% of all reported dog bites, and why they cost taxpayers disproportionately high amounts to impound and care for. They also breed, leading to pet overproduction. When anything else goes wrong, like a housing crisis, they overfill our shelter and are euthanized simply for a lack of space, which is a tragedy for the animals, for shelter workers and volunteers, and particularly for the families who could no longer care for their pets. Well-designed pet registration programs nudge people to have their pets altered through differential pricing and by putting collected fees towards low-cost spay-neuter so that people can afford to have their animals altered. As a result, pet registration programs have been shown nationally to increase cat and dog spay-neuter rates, reduce people's negative encounters with stray animals, including serious dog bites, and reduce uncontrolled breeding. They also decrease shelter impounds by an average of 12.3%, reducing the long-term expenditure of taxpayer funds and the euthanasia of friendly animals. In addition, Athens-Clarke County shelter data shows that very few of the animals impounded at our shelter arrive already rabies vaccinated. Beyond shelter data, we know that 50% of the pets in our most vulnerable communities have never been to a vet and therefore are not rabies vaccinated, and another 40% are not current on their vaccinations. Animals test positive for rabies every year in ACC, and the more our pets are not rabies vaccinated, the greater danger they are to us and to the community at large. Well-designed pet registration programs increase these rates and put collected funds towards low-cost shot clinics to enable needy residents to comply and keep them and their family and their pets safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. All right, friends, whether or not we leave tonight self-actualized, we are going to take a 10-minute break and return.
Excuse me. I'm up to speak.
We're going to take a break, and then we're going to return.
Okay,
And
great.
we'll be back at 8:18. right, 30 seconds, we'll get started. All right, is there anyone who did not get an opportunity for public input prior to the restroom break? Now is that time, and if anybody who's interested would line up, that'll allow us to gauge our work. Good evening.
Hey, I'm Sarah Peterson. Sarah Peterson, I live at 698 North Pope Street.
You might lower the mic.
Vertically challenged. Okay, so one thing I just wanted to bring up from the plans that, that I learned about in the review session at the library. I just didn't see enough of the mental health resources, I guess, in the plans. I know that we're gonna work on the number 4th initiatives with street outreach, and we talked about rapidly encamping people, but I didn't really hear a whole lot about mental health resources for those that need it. I know that we've got Laurelwood and Gainesville and Ridgeview north of Atlanta, and a lot of times when patients are done with their time there and their insurance runs out, then they're asked if they want to be taken somewhere like a service hub. Like they say, Athens has a lot of resources for you. We're happy to drop you off in Athens. And so I think that's why we see so many new faces often, because sometimes their communities don't have beds that are available for them. And I mean, if I'm not mistaken, like Athens has 703 beds, but the next closest county that has shelter beds is Barrow County with 12 beds. So I think that Athens is kind of a beacon from the mental health institutions in Georgia, like Ridgeview and Laurelwood. And so a lot of times they're coming here just because we have hospitals, but we maybe don't have the mental health support that they need. And I think that should be considered with this $4 million. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
Good evening.
I'm Chris Blunt, and I live at 414 West Rutherford Street in Athens. And I have a question, and I know you can't answer me, so I guess I'll just ask it. And my question is, we are a sanctuary city, or are we a service hub, or is that the same thing? And why would we be one of those 3, as I understand it, there's 3 in the state of Georgia. We're one. There's 2 in Atlanta, 1 near Morrow, and then 1, I think, in northeast Georgia. So I don't understand why we would be considered a service hub or a sanctuary city and be the smallest county in the state. I don't understand how that came about, or if it's true. Some people in Athens just don't know that that's even a term that's thrown around or used, service hub, sanctuary city. We've talked about this, you and I, Kelly. So I know you can't answer me, but I just want people to understand that we are considered a service hub and we are considered a sanctuary city. And with that comes federal funding, I assume. So if we get the federal funding, does that we just have to keep reapplying for this in order to get these monies to go to these services that attract a lot of people that need them or just don't need them, or just completely changing the complexion of our community, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I guess, Mayor, I should ask, do I get 6 minutes or am I limited to 3? I'm Michael McClendon. I live in Princeton Mill in Athens. I'll be brief since I have much that I've already shared with you and the public and more to come. I appreciate those who have come tonight and spoken so passionately about the issues that impact them directly and what they think should be done. And those who spoke so well at the 7 public forums that were held. And generally, those comments from the public were pretty negative. I hope the members of the commission have actually read those documents. But my sense is that y'all had probably already made up your mind before then. I want to make 3 points, but kind of before I do, I want to just say that I think there's much we can all agree on. I think we agree that it would be great if the real estate market in Athens was such that more people who live in Athens could afford, that work in Athens could afford to actually live in Athens, but that problem is not unique to the smallest county in Georgia. And I think we all agree that from a standpoint of the homeless, for whatever reason people are homeless, that we want to see better outcomes, but we want to see better outcomes that are affordable, practical, and can be sustained. So I want to make 3 quick points. One, first, what we have before us tonight are pieces of different kinds of sausage. The gory details of how that sausage got made were hidden outside the light of public view, behind at least one executive session and likely numerous side meetings, right through this past weekend. If my text train and what I've seen on the website is accurate, and likely numerous side meetings right through this weekend and maybe still tonight that have been going on. So it's not clear at all to me that all the commissioners understand all the pieces of sausage and what the components are and how they fit together to make a meal at all. I don't think that's clear. The familiarization about sausage goes back to 1869. Godfrey Sachs, if I remember right, from English 101 or 102, whatever. He said, laws, in this case policy, like sausages, cease to inspire respect in proportion as we know how they are made. I would say the public doesn't really know how these pieces were made. So do not think there's respect for this or how it was done. I certainly question the legality of these meetings and the lack of public notification to start with, but we'll address that on another day.
Thank you, Mr.
I just don't
McClendon.
see that this sausage is really ready in prime time. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hey, y'all. Lighten the mood. It's kind of tense in here. So we're going to lighten the move a little bit. Charles Hart at 15 Harold Drive. So I do support the plan that y'all got. It's just some of the action I don't support. And I want to first say this. When we talk about homeless people, we need to see them as an individual. We don't need to laugh. We don't need to snicker. We need to treat them like people. Because any one of us can be over there, homeless. So we need to treat them with some respect. The first thing I want to talk about is that I see $400,000 to staff the coalition. And I listened to a couple of gentlemen get up here and talk about that. Staff the coalition to do what? Like for what? That's $400,000 probably could get 300 families off the street for one. The hotel, I see y'all got them going to hotel for 4 months. And that's awesome, but I think it should be by 8. Take that $400,000 and get you some mental health counselors, certified mental health counselors, and get them into apartment and housing, like I was doing. That's what you do. Like the gentleman said earlier, throwing money at some and just putting it together another organization don't make no sense. Let's build this coalition up. To do what? To sit behind the computer and get federal funding that ain't gonna be done for nothing in the community? We got people that's hurting out here, hurting. And I see it every day. Y'all see it a little bit. I see it every day, 24 hours. 24 hours a day. I mean, about 2 hours ago, I just literally left the wood with the police because the lady was having a mental health episode. When I tried to convince them not to take her to jail. We got stuff like that going on while we trying to staff the coalition. If they gonna move, they need to get out their encampments, true enough. Let's put them in a hotel for 8 months. But $400,000, you know what I can do with $400,000? I can staff this whole room. I can put this whole room in a hotel with counseling and have them out of there within 30 days. It's that easy. So if we gonna throw some money at something, let's throw some money at getting them off these streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Is there anyone else before we move to discussion? All right, so we're going to take up old and new business tonight, beginning with item 15, and this is an ordinance amendment related to ownership requirements for alcohol license applicants. Attorney Drake, I'll have you begin by read this ordinance so we've got it in the record.
In order to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to alcoholic beverages and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, could I hear a motion on the floor, please?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Link, any comment regarding this item?
Yeah, I had some questions for the attorney's office, and I had a call with one of our attorneys about it, and he was able to answer some of my questions. I had concerns about this prohibition that anyone with a felony record could not be a part owner of a business, but that there's an expiration date on that, so that met some of my concerns. And yeah, it was just explained more in detail to me, so I'm satisfied with this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any follow-up?
Just
Commissioner
ready to
Wright?
vote. Ready to vote.
Any further input from the members of the body? All right, there's a motion, a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion carries, and the ordinance is amended. Next item of business is the 2022 Bridge Investment Program Grant Acceptance and Budget Resolution. Is there a motion regarding this item?
I'll move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hool. Commissioner Wright, any comments regarding this item?
Does something have to be read about it? No? Ordinance?
Attorney Drake.
Ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded to the Transportation and Public Works Department from the Federal Highway Administration 2022 Bridge Investment Program BIP Planning Grant to provide funding for planning, feasibility analysis, and revenue forecasting, and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Any follow-up, Commissioner
Just
Wright?
ready to vote.
Commissioner Hool? Any other input from the body? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. The attorney's read the ordinance. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. All right, 17 is an intergovernmental contract between the Athens-Clarke County government and Advantage Behavioral Health Services for American Rescue Plan Act funding to support the SPLOST 2020 Project 28, the Mental Health Recovery Facility Project. And of course, we've had a recent work session about this, and this just irons out the mutual responsibilities of the Athens-Clarke County government and Advantage Behavioral Health as we build that 60-bed facility. So, entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Hool. Follow-up, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I know a lot of folks who came up to the podium to speak about our homeless plan bemoan the idea that we are not investing in mental health needs, and this project alone represents over $9 million of investment in a facility, 30 beds, or is this the first 30 of 60 beds that will house people as they transition out of their mental health needs, and you know, it makes available the supportive housing. So that's a huge chunk of funds that hopefully will take quite a few people off the streets and get them moving on to productive lives.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hool?
Yeah, just note a couple things. I really want to thank staff and the attorney's office hard work on, getting this IGA in a place where the staff of Advantage is also feeling quite good about it. And piggybacking off of what my colleague Commissioner Link said about the significant investment we've made here. Also just want to speak to the scale of the problem is so large. We have hundreds of people who would benefit from these services, and this is going to be a 60-bed facility when it's fully built out. So the need will still exist even after we get this completed, and the hope is that this will make a difference, and over time we'll start to see us turning the tide. On a couple of technical points, I know there's been some questions raised about how we're going to fund Phase 2, and as your appointee to the Advantage Board, I just wanted to share that Advantage has applied for home ARP monies, of which there are quite a few, and I think we have good reason to believe, given the strong support from our state legislature, bipartisan support of mental health, that things will go the way staff of Advantage is anticipating that they will, which is that they'll be awarded those funds to fund Phase 2.
Freeze that money for Advantage. Put a hold on, I got reasons, and we finish out this one.
Appreciate it, ma'am. Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, so, sorry, I lost my place there for a second.
We believe we're going to get the state ARP.
We're going to get this, the home ARP money, of which there's quite a bit of surplus on the state level. So assuming we get that, we're in very good shape to get this project fully realized with, 2/3 of the budget essentially funded by this government here. And if for some reason that doesn't come through, it doesn't come through in full, we can kind of cross that bridge when we come to it. But I am looking forward to that happening. And I also really appreciate, without getting into the details of it, just how much detail staff provided on the solar array here and why we're going with the plan we are and how we're funding it. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input from members of the body?
Mayor, if you don't mind, I just
Yeah,
want to ask
Commissioner
the
Hamby.
manager a question, if you don't mind, Manager Williams. So the construction start date looks like it's in summer of next year. Is that correct? Construction start date?
Yes, sir.
Okay, completion of, no, so at what point do we hope to hear back with the application for the grant from the state for
I can
Phase
speak
2?
Sorry.
What was relayed to me, Commissioner Hamby, by the exec director at Advantage was that they expect to hear back in November on the grant application, but it's hard to know for sure, as we've learned with plenty of other applications for state money.
And I
So-
think I remember from the work session, we're going to wait and see how that develops so that we can build the Phase 1 and Phase 2 at the same time to
Yes.
help make it a cheaper
Yes.
build out. Okay.
And just as an addition to that, and Advantage's commitment to seeing this through, if we have any dollars left over after we bid out the construction, then those dollars will go towards the design of Phase 2.
Okay, and it's scheduled to be complete summer of 2025. Am I reading that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Hool. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, moving on to item 18, and this is the Legislative Review Committee report. So you pass out the pet registration program with no action. Commissioner Myers is chair, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to open the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve this. Do we need a motion then to approve this?
We did to accept
Yes,
the-
to approve it, right, and I'll get a second, and then I'll speak to it.
I'll give you a second.
Okay. Yeah, our recommendation here from the LRC on a 4-5 vote was to pass this out of the committee with no action. I did, since our agenda-setting meeting, reviewed the meeting minutes and videos, and I also want to say that I appreciate hearing from Lisa Mila, who spoke to us just now, whose professional work is in has to do with pet registration, vet care, so forth. Right now, though, the reason why we chose to pass this out of action, without any action, from looking and hearing what the group said as I reviewed the meeting, was really the lack of public support was one reason. There were 1,447 public surveys submitted in 1 week, which I believe is more public surveys than we received on anything. For every one person who was supportive, there were 3 who were not supportive. For me personally, that was considerable. However, I want to add also that the comparative analysis with other municipalities that have programs did not present us with any information that made it really compelling about programs like this working. Now, I'm not saying doesn't exist out there, but that was not what we saw. In addition, the vets interviewed were interested, and it seemed like it was very much a vet-focused program. They were open to the program, but they were also concerned with the additional workload. And so I think the reasons for this, the better information on rabies status of dogs entering the animal control system, better, quicker possibility for owner-dog reunions for lost dogs, because microchip information is often outdated, are really significant reasons for going forward with this. But at this point, point, it felt like the efficacy of such a program wasn't clear. So we decided as a group not to move forward on this. I will note, and one of my LRC committee members can address this as we're speaking. I know when we heard from the doctor today, she was talking a lot about spaying animals, fixing animals, whatever the correct word is here. I'm not a pet owner and don't think about, I'm very not involved with pets. But that was actually not a topic that came up in our discussions, if I remember correctly. And I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton, any follow-up?
No, I think that Commissioner Myers has said it all. I think it's interesting, though, that we got such a large response about pets. But when it comes to housing and streets, and we got to beg people to let us know what they think. So maybe we'll change that around one day, but she said it all.
All right. Any other input from members of the body? Commissioner Houle.
I'll just be brief. I'm not going to repeat myself from other meetings so much, but I plan to vote no. I wish that we were finding a way forward on this. I think there is good evidence for us to do something. And I do hope that in some fashion, this body, in some kind of future action, will find a way to act on some of the, what I believe is good evidence presented by staff and by people in the community who do live and breathe pets every day. I also don't have a pet. I'm not a pet expert in any way, but I feel like I heard from people who are day in, day out, working with that stuff, seeing a real positive opportunity for us to kind of be ahead of the curve here in Athens, and I hope we may find some other way in the future to do so. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'm with Commissioner Houle, and I am not on the committee, so I wasn't part of the discussion. But I have seen, some evidence and studies when we were kind of approached this vaguely when we were first talking about establishing the Animal Services Department. I really wish that we could find a way forward with this, and I wish we could, appoint a committee that actually is involved in this work rather than a bunch of politicians discussing it, because I saw a lot of misinformation out there on social media about it. I'm not sure if some of those comments that were just someone submitting email were just regurgitating misinformation, which often happens. I'd really like to see a way forward. And the fact that spaying and neutering was not a part of the conversation, indicates to me that maybe this discussion was incomplete. Because that's a real need, especially in a community, a transient community where you have a lot of young people acquiring pets and moving and leaving them behind. So I'm with Commissioner Houle. I'm going to be voting no, and I do hope that somehow we can revisit this issue and come up with a means of registering pets to assure that they are properly vaccinated and properly spayed and neutered.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any others before I return to Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just want to say briefly that I'm not averse for this topic coming back in some period of time with more complete information for us to, to reflect on. And not sure what the rest of my committee thinks on that, but I'm just putting that in there for your knowledge as mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Gene? It was Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton was the second.
Oh, yes.
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 Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Hoole,
No.
Culpepper.
Yes.
7 yes, 3 no.
All right, thank you. All right, motion carries, and so we'll pass that with no action. Moving on to 19, this is a change order for the Classic Center Arena. Entertain a motion regarding this item.
I'll move to approve.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Houle
Second.
and second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Houle, any follow-up?
No, ready to vote. In the words of my colleague across the way, ready to vote.
Commissioner Fisher? No. All right, any other input on this item?
Number 19, right?
19, correct.
Yes.
Yes,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I will support this, but as long as, option B is, like, in capital letters, like, let's not exceed that. We're sitting in here talking about homelessness and housing, and to go over the price set for furniture for the arena should stay at the asking price, and if they can't get it at that price, if they have to go over, then I would ask for it to be denied and possibly find someone else that they can get furniture for.
Thanks,
From.
Commissioner. Commissioner Culpepper?
I just wanted to get an update on where we are with the Oversight Committee that we voted on when we approved the third bond.
Yeah, so I've reached out to a handful of folks, and so by the end of October, we'll have a named group.
And so,
Commissioner?
and I do believe it was Commissioner Link, maybe, was it you? That talked about making sure that we have representation from that East Athens group as part of this oversight committee.
That's absolutely right. All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, 20 is the schematic design for the previously discussed mental health recovery facility project.
So moved on 1AB.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Wright, any follow-up?
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Taylor?
I am too.
Any further input from membership? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, 21 is a renewal of the speed detection device permit and associated ordinance revisions. Attorney Drake, if you could read that ordinance for me, then we'll go ahead and get a motion.
I'm going to have to pull that one up, Mr. Mayor. I must have missed that one.
21.
21, I think, has an ordinance revision.
Keeps going.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure an ordinance got prepared on that one. We need to add that to special meeting agenda.
So there'll be a subsequent item
Yeah.
pursuant to this. Okay. All right, entertain a motion regarding this from members of the body.
So we can go ahead and move without.
We can do the resolution, then we'll have a subsequent vote at a future meeting on the ordinance piece.
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright and second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Wright, any follow-up?
Just ready to vote with follow-up.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I have a question for the manager. During the agenda session, I asked about some roads that had undergone some changes in recent years, like Prince Avenue, Boulevard and Barber, and if we could reassess the speed limits on those. And I might have missed an email, there's been a lot going on. But have we had any discussion about that? Are there any plans to assess those speeds and possibly take them down and reapply for the speed permits, the radar permits?
Well, it's due now, and like last time, in the wake of the approval, we solicited suggestions from commissioners on which ones to study, and those were done. And staff and I talked about this very thing to create a process by which y'all could speak into it, as opposed to just ad hoc, and that we would take those under consideration and do those speed studies over time.
Okay.
And be ready for the next triennial.
I can think of a couple more roads that probably.
And I will say, there is also a phenomena where if we have tested some roads and, it's the 85th percentile actually goes up. So that's also a byproduct as well. But we, in the wake of this vote, I will come up with a process for everybody to suggest roads that you'd like studied in the upcoming months.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Appreciate that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to acceptance of the Affordable Housing Investment Strategy, which is item 22. Entertain any commissioner who'd like to put one of the options on the floor.
I so moved with the the recommendations of the CDO that Commissioner Link, Commissioner Myers, and Commissioner Fisher worked on. And you. And me.
Thanks, Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
And-
Got a
and I-
second from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Thornton, did you want to provide some input on this?
Yeah, I am going to, well, mine may take a minute. Go for it. You can
Well,
go
wait a
first.
minute, I was going to review it.
Go ahead,
You go
Commissioner
there.
Thornton.
Oh, yeah, you
Get
go
in
first.
order since you're the motioner.
This commission divine option is, I think I was totally misrepresented, misunderstood when I spoke about the actual report when it was presented. I did not support having a study at that time. And even after reading it, I felt it had more goals but not objectives. And I think our CDO gives some objectives and directions that it was lacking. Personally, again, I think that we spend too much money into consultants. I think for the money we spent, I spoke to one developer, given land and all of that, we probably could have built 2 houses. So I hope we are going to move away from consultant and use our wisdom and our knowledge that we already have in this community. I'm going to ask Commissioner Myers, because I'm going to get a little emotional about this, but the one thing I do want to mention, and are you going to speak to the
You can speak to it.
one of the things someone mentioned, we didn't attach any money, dollars to the housing plan. There is already $7 million in the housing pot, and we included it in the CDO. We voted in December for construction, repairs, and I think we even did some down payment assistance. That money has not been released. Well, I think we're at contract, Manager Williams, we're at contracts now.
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been executed?
I don't believe so.
I signed at least 3 of them today.
Well, there's a whole slate of them you ask about. Some of them have been executed, some not.
Okay. And so there's a glitch that we've got to work out, you know. So when people come here and they ask us or feel like we haven't done what we're supposed to do, it is not this commission, not the majority of this commission's fault. It's not. And we have been beat up and criticized about things that we didn't even know was a problem. We got new commissioners that have only been here 10 months. They have to be brought up to speed. And then we have a disconnect with our information. I think the CDO fills some of those gaps, even though I do not believe that we need consultants all the time. You guys are the experts in all these different fields. So I'm gonna ask Commissioner, do we have any idea when the contracts are gonna be fully executed, sirs?
I can follow up and let you know tomorrow which are already out and have been let and which are still in process.
I wish somebody would take the time and read the CDOs, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But there is $7 million dedicated to affordable housing. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Myers?
I already second this, but I wanted to second and to amend it with the Thornton language for the manager to compile a summary report of previous ACC Gov studies and reports related to housing if the originator approves that petition.
Of course.
All right, so motion is now amended to include the language that Commissioner Thornton provided regarding elements of earlier plans being provided to the commission.
That's right. And I'd like to also just briefly summarize what's in the commission-defined option. Just in shorter language, the full language is available online with the agenda. But basically, it's 1, to accept the plan. This is the Affordable Housing Plan. Accept the plan as presented in the agenda report. direct the manager to provide funding options for the plan within 180 days, consider the points in this affordable housing plan as we develop the future land use plan, direct the manager to present a strategy within 180 days for further engaging stakeholders for-profit and local and national nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, major employers, property owners, faith-based organizations, and philanthropists. And 5, to direct the manager to work with staff to expedite execution of the outstanding contracts that Commissioner Thornton referred to and that are listed in that agenda report that's available online, to release contracts for already voted upon housing projects and have entities also report back in 180 days on their progress. So that's a summary. I think I'll just add, as a community, it's really clear that there's a broad acknowledgement of the critical affordable housing shortage here in Athens for low income, for middle income people. Most of all, that's the areas, the low, middle income, and that we need to be working on this. I think that this plan gives us a way to move forward and to address this with the relevant stakeholders across the community. This is clearly not something that we as a commission cannot build housing for everyone. That's not our role. But we can energize some low-income housing to happen and pull together the players to make this a conversation in the community that we all will need to address to see the kind of Athens that we want to see with homes for people in all different economic situations.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion, and if I get a second, I'll explain it. It's a motion to amend the motion on the floor, which I intend to support, with one more piece, and it's the piece that's in the agenda packet with a CDO under my name, to direct the manager to, regarding proposals resulting from this plan, include permanent supportive housing among the options to be considered for use of the local housing fund, LIHTC-funded projects, and/or properties acquired through the strike fund.
I'll second that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Yeah, I mean, this basically follows on remarks I've been making kind of all along here. We have a real shortage of permanent supportive housing. We've done a lot to fund transitional supportive housing, including the 2 items that we passed tonight regarding the SPLOST recovery project with Advantage. And there's a lot in the homelessness strategic plan that speaks to the kind of transitional supportive housing and shelters that most of which would have some kind of supportive element. But on the affordable housing side, when we're talking about building affordable housing, it's mentioned in this report that permanent supportive housing is needed, but it's mentioned as kind of a footnote. And typically in affordable housing conversations, permanent supportive housing gets deprioritized because it's more expensive per unit or per person. But what this CDO would do would be to encourage that staff, when they're kind of running the rabbit on the different ways this can move forward, that they would be bringing forward proposals to us to consider that would kind of compare and contrast a regular affordable housing proposal with a subsidy of 60 or 80% AMI alongside something with permanent supportive housing. And at that time, this body can decide how much we want to prioritize one or the other or both with whatever funding we decide to allocate. So it's just keeping permanent supportive housing a part of our affordable housing conversation moving forward, to put a nutshell on it.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'll reiterate Commissioner Hoole's emphasis on permanent supportive housing. We can build all the affordable housing in the world, but if we don't have the support for people to remain in that housing, we're going to kind of defeat the purpose and still be stuck for a lot of folks who, have trouble affording housing in the first place because they have other challenges. I just want to reiterate the portion of this CDO that I was extremely emphatic about, and I did speak of it in the agenda setting meeting. It was the idea of partnerships, community partnerships, and I had a long conversation with the director of homelessness and rapid rehousing in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where they've had a great deal of success in lowering their homeless population. And over and over and over, he emphasized the need for community buy-in and community partnerships. They have a community foundation that raises money, that helps fund their homelessness coalition, their continuum of care. They actually have 25 staff members in city government who oversee homelessness needs. They have social workers, outreach teams. They run an eviction prevention program out of the local government. We're not even proposing to do this, but at the very least, when we do get this homelessness coalition properly staffed, because it needs staff, it's hard work. The only way we're going to have success is if we have paid professionals running this organization and have it be an organization that truly represents the broader community, not just the people who are doing homelessness work. Those people need to be focused on helping folks that are in affordable housing. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, we're talking about the housing plan.
Yeah, but anyways, the same goes for affordable housing. Part of the reason that we have an affordable housing crisis is because we do have a real estate market and a university system that's put a crunch on our affordable housing, and we need those partners at the table, and that's why I called out nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, including the University of Georgia, because this very wealthy student population is definitely a huge cause of the reason we have an affordable housing problem. National nonprofits, major employers, we certainly have lax wages. That means that people have less ability to afford housing. Financial institution, mortgage lenders, that's often a challenge for folks obtaining housing. Property owners, we have had rental properties acquired by venture capitalists and rents jacked up and people put out on the street. We need to bring those people to the table. Faith-based organizations, certainly our churches might have properties that we could help develop, and philanthropists. We will need funding because this plan is not funded. So expect a lot of outreach in the community to assure that this plan can be properly carried out.
Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues, Myers, Thornton, and Link, myself for working on this housing plan. I'm going to not support Commissioner Hoo's motion. I've said it publicly, I'm going to continue to say this again. I think the affordable housing and homes are two separate issues. And in order for us to really concentrate on our housing issue, we got to look at our missing middle. Then we got to look at what I call our workforce housing. I got school teachers, people that work in plants. And so that's what's missing. And, and we don't talk about that a lot. So I'm not going to support this amendment to our CDO. I think what we got in there is trying to address what we need to do, what we're trying to do in this community when it comes to housing. I just think we need to concentrate on that. At the same time, then we got a homeless plan. We can concentrate on that from a homeless plan, but we don't need to mix up the two plans together. So.
Mayor, I'm going to say something, I believe, and I had spoken with Commissioner Houle earlier today and felt like I could support this, and I thank you, Commissioner Wright. I felt like I could support this, but in looking at the plans a little bit deeper, certainly in the homelessness plan, there is the part about permanent housing as well. And I know that perhaps when we go to look at stuff like this, Manager Williams, I know in the past we've looked at supportive housing and issues like that as CDBG monies come available and home fund dollars come available. And I guess what I'm getting at is, we have a plan in place that we're voting on tonight, and to deviate from it at this point in time, I've gotten to where I don't feel comfortable doing that. So I hope you understand, and I'm ready to support the plan, support the CDO, but I think we need to focus on that and focus on the recommendations in there and go from there.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Thornton? Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the thing for me is that I don't even think that we use, in everybody's mailbox, I left every commissioner, and I guess the mayor too, a list of all the property that ACC Gov owns. We don't talk about our property. We talk about how high land is, but we have property that we could start doing something tomorrow. The reference I gave about NACA, Assistance Corporation of America as a resource, they have a plan that governments work with developers, build homes, sell the land for $1 and build affordable housing. We could do this. Government is not going to be able to do this by themselves. I guess because I get emotional about this because the housing problem we do not have to have. Government should be solving problems, not creating problems. And we cannot seem to get on the same bandwagon. I try to talk to everybody, but it's gotten overwhelming. But there are plans out here, there are organizations, there are groups, and we still have not talked about how we should be talking to our state representatives. Some of this stuff gets hung up because of state law. And we don't even have a relationship to have a mutual plan. So I do appreciate Commissioner Link highlighting the points that she shared. But if those commissioners that were on this commission, when we first got the ARPA money, I advocated for us to have community input, have some town hall meetings, let's ask vote. Now we're in the 11th hour, and people are coming up, making me feel like we haven't done anything. And I just think this is the best I could do with this CDO, because we have already done the work. Now, I do think that Jesse's CDO goes into the homeless bucket. I think that if it's going to be there, if we want to do it, he did explain to me today. We talked a long time. I told him, let me think about it. I was leaning to 98%. I would support it, but we do not need to muddy the water. We need to be real clear on what we're doing. I know I got the red light. I'm through.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I do have a question for Commissioner Hool on this, but I do want to point out in the strategic plan that we're accepting, it's different than the homelessness plan, which we'll be going to next, which actually divides the money up with a plan on how to spend the money. And let me reiterate, at this point, in our ARPA funds, we don't have any money left. We did spend money already, but where the first thing of this plan is to find more money. I'll just put it that way in there, and then to use the tools that are in here. And so we haven't spent a lot of time like dividing up how we could put money in here, but there is a significant section that goes right along with Commissioner Thornton's focus on public lands about the redevelopment of not the use of public lands for affordable housing, and I want to make sure that we will, follow up and go to that and use that when we are thinking about land and affordable housing. But to Commissioner Hool's point, could you define what you mean by permanent supportive housing and who it would serve? We've tonight been talking about the homeless, and homeless specifically with mental health and issues. But there are other people who require supportive housing as well, and I'm not even sure if that's the same term, but people with intellectual disabilities and people with physical disabilities. Does permanent supportive housing address those situations? Because I know there are many families in Athens who have adult children or children that are becoming adults and would love there to be permanent supportive housing, something I know little about in terms of what we have here in Athens, but in terms of the definition of permanent supportive housing.
The short answer to your question is yes, and I'd be happy to elaborate when it's my turn.
Oh, yes. Could you direct the question?
If you'd like to take your next
Yes,
3-minute
following
opportunity
correct.
to elaborate.
Sure.
Yes.
Um, Yeah, so permanent supportive housing, we talk about supportive housing a lot in the context of homelessness because it is often the case that folks who remain unhoused and are most visible or most high needs and bouncing in and out of hospitals or interacting with law enforcement a lot are folks who have behavioral health challenges, substance use disorders or otherwise. Those are not the only folks who would benefit from supportive housing. So, one form of permanent supportive housing that we might not think of as typically part of this would be senior housing, assisted living. That's permanent usually until those folks either move into hospice or pass away. But there's also folks who are much younger, people with developmental disabilities or physical disabilities, as Commissioner Myers pointed out. The short version here is that type of housing. It's a supportive housing where you're living where you're living, and there is someone who either lives on site or has some kind of office or workspace on site that they'd be at more regularly than you would otherwise see with a caseworker who's off site and might try to check in if they happen to catch you at the right time when you knock the door or answer the phone. And so that type of housing is very difficult to get funded to be built, in part because of some of the parameters around how you build it, but mostly the operational funding behind it. And so what this affordable housing plan is looking at, and it's worth noting too that the Venn diagram of people who struggle to afford housing persistently and the people who would require some kind of supportive element long-term is pretty high. It's not everyone, for sure, but it's a large number of people, people who are living on fixed incomes and things. So LIHTC funding, which is one of the things that this plan, and only this plan between the two, speaks to as a funding source. It's federal money, low-income housing tax credits. That money can be used to fund supportive housing and therefore some of the operations. And so the purpose of this CDO is to try to keep that part of the conversation when we're thinking about the type of housing we want to build for people in Athens to afford housing. Yes, some of those people are going to be transitioning from homelessness or having been unhoused at some point, but not all of them. And it's really just that type of housing. So right now, the affordable housing study is primarily focusing on building affordable housing using these types of funds, using something like a strike fund to perhaps acquire more properties, thinking about how we can more thoughtfully use properties on that long list of properties that Commissioner Thornton shared with us that's listed out, among other strategies. There's also all the stuff about down payment assistance that's built into this plan. What's mentioned in this plan but is not centered very much, not at the forefront, is this idea of supportive housing being part of it. And so recognizing that that is a type of housing that's very difficult to fund, but that we have a shortage of kind of across the board in our community, my hope is to elevate that to the forefront moving forward as part of the discussion, certainly not the entirety of it. I would just say, with that in mind, this is not deviating from the affordable housing investment strategy. It's just taking a component that's in it and elevating it a bit. And I'd also like to point out that both of these plans are not just about the immediate or how to use ARPA funding. They're also about long-term strategies. And it's the affordable housing investment strategy, the one that we're about to vote on now, that actually maps out a path for funding housing and funding places for all these folks that we'll be talking about in the subsequent agenda item to land at long-term. And so my hope is that that's why I think this makes sense here, not under homelessness. Both because it's about folks, not just folks who are unhoused, but folks with needs generally, and also because this is about the housing that we would provide long-term, and not just the transition out of being unhoused.
All right. Commissioner Davenport.
So thank you, Commissioner Hull, for that. 'Cause I had a different understanding of permanent support housing. So your that was really helpful. Who in Athens? Give me an example of in Athens of someone we can give fund to under permanent supportive housing. I'm thinking in-home health care.
That's a kind of supportive housing, absolutely. And of course, we have many dozens of personal care homes throughout Athens-Clarke County. Another kind of housing would be that's supported by Advantage. We have yet others that are kind of more senior focused, some of which have applied for CDBG or home funds from the unified government in the past.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Commissioner Link, and then I'll return to Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah, I mean, I could see how a nonprofit entity or a church might want to apply for funds for, say, senior supportive housing or combination housing to assist people that might have developmental or cognitive disabilities, the kind of folks who have had a hard time just keeping their bills paid because they might not have the mental capacity to keep up with that stuff. It's hard enough for me to keep up with that stuff. There are plenty of people with legit issues who just can't perform some of those basic tasks to get your bills paid, to have someone on site who can assist with those kind of things. You have organizations like, the Land Trust offers continuing economic counseling and assistance with home repairs to folks who move into their homes. And EADC, actually, we awarded quite a bit of funds for them to build 2 homes that also included additional support structures, economic support structures. So, I think that, what Commissioner Hool refers to as permanent supportive housing can really cover a broad spectrum of needs and assistance for people to remain, to find affordable housing and remain in that affordable housing with just that little bit of extra assistance to keep them stable for the rest of their lives.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you again. Okay, I think I'm back on board again. Could this cover, I'm thinking about the Twin Angels. They do a lot of, what do they do? Personal care kind of homes. Does that
We
fit?
might have 4 or 5 residents in an individual home.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of homes that we may be speaking about here.
Yeah, and I do know that they do have folk there that, have mental and physical capacity, lack of. So this would fit under there?
Those would be examples of supportive housing.
Okay. All right, great. One of the things, everybody's wondering how long about. One of the things that my co-workers, colleagues did not want me to spell out in the CDO, one of our big problems or one of our challenges is zoning. And because we're moving into, I guess, the future land use plan, we just kind of made a sentence about it. But zoning is a huge problem to housing. And we have had 2 members of GDOT committee and a developer that has publicly said in more than one audience that zoning, the past zonings were discriminatory, intentionally discriminatory. And to me, as we move forward through the land use plan, if we know something is a barrier, we need to address early on. Now, it's not spelled out, but that's the intent when it says about moving forward and making sure we're looking at the future land use. So zoning is a huge problem for not just people of color, but just poor people. And that, I have 3 people right now that could move a modular manufactured home on their own property, but because of the zoning laws, they can't. So I'm really hoping that when this $7 million is released and we get a report back in 180 days, it can help us know how to move in the future. But we got the money, we got folk, and there's a need.
And interestingly, to exactly that point, Commissioner Thornton, if the courthouse was open right now, and we could go down to the clerk of court's office and we went to the deed room, we'd find up until about 1950 here in Athens, there are thousands of deeds that were restricted by race, where it explicitly declares that only a white person may purchase this home, or sometimes very specifically, what would be in that book that you could open right now would be referred to as a colored person could not. And around 1950, after a set of Supreme Court rulings, what became a proxy for race was dollar value. So you began seeing that a home must cost at least $16,500, for example, in a deed. So you see the juncture of race and the economy at that point.
See, now you're talking something. I'm going down in that room.
And I've got some copies I'll send to you.
I'd like to just make one more point.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Hampton.
Hampton.
I'm not following a sword on this, certainly by any means. I don't disagree with the supportive housing effort. All I'm saying is it's in the plan for the affordable housing. It says right here, this type of affordable housing generally serves the most vulnerable households and individuals, such as those experiencing homelessness and mental health challenges. So, the motion basically says what the manager is going to look for and that we're going to vote on as as it moves forward. So, if we could move this process along, I don't mind. I mean, supporting it's fine, but let's just stick to the plan and go from there. So, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Just a couple of notes before we move to a vote. Just hearing some of the input from the public and from colleagues here behind the rail. And I think, Commissioner Houle, you made the note that this isn't just a plan to sit on a shelf, but it's a plan to guide all of our future funds around housing access. And of course, we receive north of $1 million of funds that can be used toward housing access every year from the federal government, because we're what the federal government terms an entitlement community, which just means basically that we're a population center. And so this is really a plan for the sequence of funds, some known, some yet to be determined, that we receive year in, year out. A couple folks mentioned the state perspective, and I've mentioned in this room that there's a roundtable of both city and county officials, as well as folks from the State Home Builders Association and the State Realtors Association and the state chapter of Habitat for Humanity, who are meeting through the autumn. We're having our third meeting in just a few weeks in Augusta. And so a big part of what we're hoping to do is get the state to come to the table with some resources, particularly around infrastructure, because if we're going to be expanding housing, that means we're going to need some sewer lines and sewer capacity and road dollars and the like. And that's true of every community in the state. And on the federal front, while there's low-income housing tax credits have been really the greatest way to get the volume of housing, unfortunately, they're a federally limited tool. So there are only so many of those tax credits that are distributed across the 50 states and Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia every year. And what we need everybody to do who's here listening tonight is ask the federal government to increase the allocation of those. Because as everybody knows, construction has gotten extremely expensive these last couple of years. So what a credit would buy in 2018 is very different than what that same credit would buy in 2023. So I want to make that point. And then finally, on the front of Athens-Clarke County-owned properties, we do have a couple that we've had some conversations around in this room. The property that we own on Pound Street, where the bus depot maintenance facility will be moving to Olympic Drive, is a great example of one. And then the property that's more than 20 acres large that we acquired on Barnett Shoals Road is another one. So I think we've got a lot of tools in the box. So many of them are enumerated here that at the end of the evening, I will be creating a committee assignment around one of those. And so wait for that. Yes, Commissioner.
I have a list of some possible zonings that could be looked at. I can send them out to everybody, but after they get them out, maybe next meeting we could discuss what we could do with that in line with the future land use. Is that in
and
order?
that, of course, is something that's naturally flowing through this body. We'll be receiving reports from the
But
Planning
if
Commission.
everybody sees from a developer's point of view, what some of those zoning things that will make developing cheaper as we're going through, would that be something we could discuss?
I'd encourage you to send that out so everybody's got that
Okay.
fresh in their mind.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right, so the motion as amended was from Commissioner Houle, so we'll begin the roll call with Commissioner Houle.
This is a vote first on the amendment and then a vote on the,
This is on an amended motion that includes all of the elements.
You added.
So you added to the existing ones, and so we're voting on the sum total.
Yeah.
oh,
Did you make your, you got a CBO2.
She did.
I incorporated that in.
so if you all accept the amendment, then we don't have to vote on it.
That's
Are
right.
you all accepting
If
the
we get
amendment? Is that what
6.
I'm hearing?
Well, you have to.
You still got to do the vote.
It's a substitute motion. You get a substitute
Find out when
motion.
we vote.
So I am reading this as a substitute motion that includes the four-commission motion, that includes Commissioner Thornton's amendment, and includes your amendment. So this is how I'm reading this vote.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Drake, but as I understand it, the motion to amend, you vote whether to accept the amendment. And then if the amendment is accepted, then we would vote on the amended motion. And if the amendment is rejected, we would vote on the original motion without the amendment.
Boy, you made that.
If you would like to say.
Well, because ultimately,
All of the items, then we just do that real quick.
okay, I'll make a substitute motion that includes all of the items.
And do you accept
will
that
second
you are a
that,
second to a
yes.
substitute motion, Commissioner Link? All right, so that's very clear. All right, now we'll go ahead and do roll call.
Poole,
Yes.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher.
No.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. All right, everyone, we are now moving to item 23, and this is acceptance of the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. And so I'd like the Commissioner to place a motion on the floor so we can begin discussion. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve the CDO from Thornton, Link, Fisher, and Myers, with the addition of the Thornton CDO language for manager to compile a summary report of previous ACC Gov studies and reports related to homelessness.
I'll second.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Myers, would you like to make any follow-up remarks?
Yeah, I would. I first of all want to thank all those who contributed to this plan in the community and are committed to addressing all the issues related to homelessness population and all the differing perspectives as well. The homeless providers, the homeless coalition members, our HCD staff, plan consultants, the community members working on the issue, and especially those with lived experience being homeless, with appreciation for all the community discussions. I also want to really thank my commissioners who worked on this with me for the collaboration that went into putting this CDO together. And then I just want to quickly review what is available online, but a little shortened version, and one that the CDO accepts the plan as presented in the agenda report. 2, it accepts the funding request in the agenda item. That's in attachment 2, with the addition of $195,000 for physical health care from the Homeless ARPA Fund and moving funding for partnerships for employment from the ARPA workforce funds. 3, direct the manager to create needed RFPs within 90 days after reviewing with commissioners first. 4, direct the manager to work with the mayor in the next 180 days for opportunities for regional coordination, including enforcement of Senate Bill 62 about counties dropping off homeless individuals in other counties. 5, requests that the Homeless Coalition staff explore opportunities to work on homelessness with the following groups: faith-based groups, neighbor and community leaders and state reps, philanthropic and nonprofit entities, and for-profit entities such as major employers, banks, developers, etc. And then the last one is requests that the Homeless Coalition report back on their progress to the commission in 180 days. And so that's what we're presenting here. And again, just appreciative of all the input from the community and from my colleagues as we worked on this.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I also want to thank everybody that got us to this place, including all the members of the Homelessness Coalition, whose blood, sweat, and tears went into a lot of this, and our staff, and working with the consultant. For some reason, homelessness is a controversial issue, and, it brings folks out who just can't stand the idea of public investment going into helping the most desperate people in our community. I personally believe we have a moral obligation to do whatever it takes, and this government has fallen short of that in the past. We're finally stepping up to this responsibility, and I feel strongly that the entire community needs to step up. This plan will only be successful if we have buy-in and participation from the entire community in seeing that it is fully enacted. And Commissioner Myers read out the number 5 portion of the CDO that specifically lists those portions of the community. We have these ARPA funds that are only good for a couple more years. They will run out. We're going to have to need sustainability for this plan because, homelessness is not going to go away in 2 years, and the only way to, even if we do significantly reduce it in 2 years, the only way to assure that it stays reduced is for sustainable funding, and that's where we're going to have to reach out into the community, whether it's through other nonprofits and foundations and philanthropists or through additional public funding. But yeah, we're going to have to continue this community conversation and continue the work, and the work initially entails hiring the staff to do the work, a properly paid coalition staff that can do the work, including the data collection that so many people spoke to at the podium, and including purchasing some property so we can actually begin building the kind of housing that we need to tackle this issue immediately.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I think
Commissioner
Dexter
Fisher?
was next. I thought you were next.
Commissioner Fisher, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna do an amendment to our CDO, but I'm not gonna do that. I am gonna voice a couple of concerns, and I was proud to be a part of the CDO that we put together. Unfortunately, we have not done a good job as our government to tackle this issue. We at the last minute trying to make decisions that's going to impact this community over the next several years. We want to fund the coalition, but who's going to do the job description for the coalition? Where they going to be housed at? Those are the type of things that I think that we need to answer, before we can move forward. Then I'm concerned about sustainability. Come 2026, some of us are not going to be on this commission. And then, we pass this down to other commissioners or another mayor. And I'm going to stop saying I'm a new commissioner. I've been here 10 months. But, we inherit this. These things should have happened 2 years ago. We should have been talking about these things then. Now we're at the 11th hour.
That's right.
And we got to do a transition plan that we knew we had to do a transition plan a year ago. So I apologize to the public, first of all, because we have failed you guys. We're going to try to move forward, and I think it's our obligation. I'm going to challenge my colleagues. Every penny that we spend, we need to be accountable for that money. And it don't need to be thrown at the wall. If we're going to fund that coalition, then we need to hold them accountable for what they're going to do. If we're going to fund these other initiatives, we need to make sure that they're going to do what they want to do. We have wasted too much money in this community trying to do these things, and we have failed. So hopefully moving forward, lesson learned, but I'm a little bit disappointed, that we're at this 11th hour trying to make this critical decision, and for us to sort of, at least 3 of us who just came on, try to clear things up. But I'm gonna get off my high horse, Mayor. I apologize to our community, but we gotta do better moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
Oh, okay. One of the things that I would like to mention about this, and I guess I need to thank everybody also. It was a unique experience working with some commissioners and coming up with something really positive, and I appreciate it. It was a learning experience, and hopefully we can do more of that. Even though Commissioner Culpepper's name is not on here, he contributed greatly to the CDO. We have folk that think that because we think differently that we are inhumane, some of us. And I think the diversity of putting the CDO together shows that we can come together for a common good. I'm going to support and echo Commissioner Fisher's comments. I think the commissioners that have been here for a minute, we have done a huge disservice to this community. I think that we could have done a lot better job and been a lot more persistent and asking the right questions. We have agencies that we give money to that's going to get ARPA money, and we don't even get a report. We don't know what they've spent. We don't know what they've done. That's not being accountable. That's not being good stewards. The other thing I would like to bring out in number 2 on the CDO, it says homeless funds, ARPA money, homeless funds for the physical health care. We met with Commissioner, who's that group? Was at your church? the doctor, the pharmacist,
The new version of the nurses clinic.
Athens Wellness Clinic.
Athens Wellness Clinic. And they give care, physical care to the homeless, and they're running out of money. You know, so we're talking about the mental health part where we're not even looking, we never thought about the physical care. So that is what that diversion of the 195,000 was, where it says physical care, to work with those agencies that are providing physical care. I think, again, we did the best job in the 11th hour to address some of the concerns. Also, in the number one, we listened and heard that we need to follow up on programs like Built for Zero. We heard you, we put it in here. So we're trying to open up communications where everybody's voices are being heard, and not just the select group that has been probably the situation in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, I thought we had great collaboration on this. If you look at what it's called, the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness, we're not trying to create a hub here. We're trying to reduce and prevent it. And one of the things we put in there was about holding neighboring communities accountable for dropping their folks off in Clarke County. Senate Bill 62 was passed in the spring and went into effect June 1st. So that's what we're planning to do. We do not want to create a hub. We want to take care of the folks that are here and reduce and prevent homelessness. In the plan, it also has metrics that we can measure the success and failures, and we can adjust and pivot and try to strengthen the plan as we go along. And also, it talks about creating collaboration with neighboring communities to create a strategic plan, a regional plan to reduce and prevent homelessness. So there's a lot of things in here. There's been some people saying that we shouldn't accept this because it's housing first. This is not housing first. This is based off of Built for Zero. It's similar to housing first, but it has wraparound services that include that help reduce it. So I'm excited about working on this and moving the ball forward. Just like Dexter said, you know, Dexter and Tiffany and I have been here for 10 months, and one of the things we all ran on was reducing homelessness. And we have not had an opportunity to vote on anything to reduce that. The plan with the encampment was passed in the fall of 2021, and nothing really has been passed since then to reduce the homelessness, and we've seen an increase. Now we're going to put some boots on the ground and start putting money behind it and start taking care of this problem.
Thank you. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, how about it? Me and my colleague to my left is both excited about the same thing. Yeah, no, I really appreciate my colleagues really putting in some effort to give us what might seem to be like the unlikely outcome of us all getting behind this. I'm excited to get behind it as well. I did want to clarify one thing, and then I just have a couple remarks. This is the CDO that's page 2 of the PDF with the 4A added. Is that right?
Yes.
Because I know that, okay. We had a lot of versions as y'all were working so hard. Yeah, I'm really excited to see this move forward. I feel like Commissioner Culpepper said a lot of it. You know, this is a strategic plan to think strategically. If we think of the steps we took that led to the encampment, which was admittedly a very hasty decision in some ways, that was a resolution to address homelessness with immediacy and strategic planning. So now we're finally getting to the strategic planning part, and I'm very excited about that because I think this is where we start to lay the foundation for some transformative change. And I'm very glad for what's in the study. I'm glad for the good data that it puts forward and the good key strategies that it identifies as a starting place. And I guess I just want to emphasize this really is a starting place. We have a lot of work to do from here. So I'm glad to see some of the steps we're going to take here moving forward. And I look forward to continuing to work with everybody on this body in a similar way to how you have to get us to this point, to come up with solutions that can bring about positive change for the folks in our community who need the most help. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. And I just have a few questions for Manager Williams. Now, with these ARPA dollars, what we're approving tonight, or key strategies 1, 2, 3, and 8, which staff the coalition, increase participations from persons living with experience engagement. 3 is establish comprehensive street outreach, and 4 is create a support fund to end and prevent homelessness. Now 4 and 8, we've sort of already done in the budget that we passed back in July, correct?
I'm catching up with you, sir.
This is the way.
8, we've done.
And 4, we did, I think, $100,000 of it
Right.
back in July, if I'm not mistaken. In the July budget.
Okay.
I believe that's correct.
So my question for you, Manager Williams, is this: for the rest of the strategies as proposed to send out an RFP along with the timing, with how we do CDBG dollars, and that usually comes back to us in April.
In spring.
Right. So at that point in time, we'll have a chance to discuss and see about the other strategies and how we're moving forward with those regards.
That's
Like
right.
with the low barrier entry and stuff like that.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But, yes.
Go ahead, say what you.
Well, I was going to say, remember that the end of that calendar year is when we have to have those funds committed. So we want to make sure that y'all are understanding what the scopes of those RFPs are in advance so you can speak into them. So we just don't get the response that y'all say we don't like these, and then we start another RFP process, and now we're cutting it close to the deadline.
I got you. My second request, and I don't know if this needs to be part of the motion or not, but in looking over the public comment, and we did receive a letter from some members, or a group of the advisory committee on the strategic plan. I didn't notice their letter in here, but we do have the response that Roderick from HCD supplied to them. And I'm just wondering, wouldn't it be fair that we include that letter in here as well, so that when we refer back to the plan, we'll keep their thoughts in mind as well?
Sure. And we'll add that to the record. I don't know if it was ever formally voted on, but we'll add that to the record.
Okay. And I don't know if it was either, but just certainly take it in as the comment as it was received. And I don't know if we need the motion to have that included or not. I mean,
I think I can just make sure that Clerk Spratman has that in the record.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor?
I think that everyone did a great job, all of my colleagues, with the homeless CDO. But as we sit and speak about homelessness, we have families that are being evicted right now. I know we talk about prevention, but we aren't being as transparent as we should be, because we set these plans in place to be funded and for resources to go out, but the resources don't go to where they're supposed to. I feel like we are adding to the problem because we are coming up with new plans, but not funding those plans. And in the meantime, families are being evicted, not for a high amount of rent. I have residents in my district that live in housing authority that's being evicted for not being able to pay $325. I can't refer them to any of our local organizations that's helping with eviction prevention because they say that they don't have any funding. And so I sat here quiet as I listened to my colleagues talk, and I couldn't be quiet anymore because I feel like this is a pony show that we put on all too often, and people get left and fall in between the cracks. If there isn't going to be a bona fide way that we as 10 able-bodied adults know for sure that when this plan passes, it is going to be, money is going to be allocated, positions are going to be filled, positions are going to have money to be paid for their salaries, then there's really no point of us wasting our time or the community's time sitting here and going back and forth about how good we did when we type words on the paper, but when we walk outside, we encounter people who are homeless. And so I just want all of us, myself included, to just be really mindful that these are people's lives, these are families, these are children. The decisions that we make here, It plays into homelessness. It plays into youth violence and gang prevention. We can't do any of these things and be preventing anything when we're kind of helping cause it. So I would just note to all of us, let's be intentional when we do pass this. Let's make sure the funds are allocated so that next year we're not coming back and saying, hey, now it's quadruple. I'm 10 months into the day and I'm already tired of it. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Manager Williams something, but I'm hoping, as Commissioner Fisher said, that with the information we have, we can be more accountable. We've all learned a lot. The points that Commissioner Taylor is making, the following up, we have a strategy. We put some dates in here that I am hoping will work to keep me on track in my role to make sure that we're following through on what we're doing here, and to do that better job of that. I did want to ask Manager Williams about the sole source funding on page 110 of this, and if later staff recommends a sole source contract to the Athens Homeless Coalition to, which is in part of the plan and the funding, and just to explain a little bit how that will come about, since, we know that we want to get some of that initial staffing in there before they're able to go on and do some of the other points that are in this list. And are we going to have a chance to see a contract on that? I know we do have, one of the things we do have built in here is a review of the RFPs within 3 months for the other aspects of it, or sooner. And so I just wanted to see if you could explain a little bit more about the process that's going to be used for that sole source funding with the Homeless Coalition.
Well, this would be a direct allocation by the mayor and commission to them. Like most of our nonprofits, we'd be seeking reimbursement type expense. If they don't have that, as we've done with others, we can see about providing some seed money. This, as Commissioner Hamby noted, there's a timeline on the funding, so those funds would be there for them to access when they were ready to. I can't speak to their timeline for hiring staff.
So if we put this together, I'm sure there'll be more than just this chart. There'll be an agreement, and if there's some kind of agreement there. Right, you're right, of course, there, so that there will be a point at which, if they're able to do some of these items on lower budgets and do not need all of the money because they can do it with less money, for example, in our world here, they could, there'll be at some point where some of those funds could be returned and moved to some of the other strategies. Maybe we could build that in.
Sure.
To our time.
Absolutely, and outcomes data too. Mayor, if I'd just like to remind everybody and the public too, as with regards to tracking outcomes, we do have a website that is called the Athens-Clarke County American Rescue Plan Data Hub. And since the commission allocated the funds 19 months ago, every one of those awards, the results of those programs have been tracked, whether it's the summer programs for youth development, eviction prevention programs Commissioner Taylor spoke to, the First Step Homeless Camp, where those affordable housing awards have gone to. With Bethel, we don't have anything quite out of the ground yet to report. But before y'all beat yourself up too much, we've been tracking those data because y'all have been consistent about that you want to know about how those outcomes so that we can hold folks accountable. So for anybody in the public that wants to go see where we are right now, of course, there's been some initial awards, but a lot of time, has been taken to have conversations in the community. When we talk about a strategic plan, people think, well, there's a piece of paper, but part of it's the collective experience of getting stakeholders around the table to discuss it. And if anybody's been missing out on those discussions the last 6 or 7 months, then you've missed some opportunities, I'll tell you. And it's culminated in tonight, but the strategic plan itself is not meant to be all things, it's a selection of priorities that y'all are to look at exactly as you are and decide how much funding that you want to put at which ones you think are going to be the most successful. And Commissioner Thornton's right. Government can't do it on its own. And so we're going to be looking to partners to, this is all part of the process. There's just the fact that there's a lot of passion around it, I think, speaks to how important it is and how critical it is at this time. So hearing some of what's been said tonight, we are tracking outcomes very closely.
And if members of the public would like to see that tracking, you can visit accgov.com/ARPA. accgov.com/ARPA. And that data is right there for everybody's perusal. All right. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. And I also I'm always looking about, what we've done and and I think a lot of times when people come speak before us, and especially new commissioners, you think, you're thinking this is brand new. We're pushing an agenda. And in 1993, CDBG funded several homeless programs, Strong Day, The Healing Place, and they faded away. But I've asked Venus Gerald, one of the last folk probably still around, to give us a synopsis of The Healing Place, and I left it at everybody's seat, just to give you a snapshot. Everything that we're talking about here, they did. And I think somebody needs to talk to them when we're talking about homelessness, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And they had, I don't know why, he said that money was diverted to criminal justice, so it shut those programs down. But the property was later sold. It was on, even a picture of the house is there. I left it at your desk. So I don't think that we're asking, or the people who spoke tonight are asking for anything that we haven't already done. But we always kind of act like this brand new. Go to where somebody has had some experience, find out best practices, find out what didn't work. And it will probably feel a little different than it did tonight. The other thing I've asked Manager Williams, the interest that is accruing on the on the ARPA dollars. And I got the latest Treasury report. I'll send that out to you. We can use those dollars as income. It doesn't have to go back to the federal government, but it has to be used for the same things that have already been approved. So while we're talking about how we're going to fund some of this stuff, we may have potential dollars right now sitting in the bank. So as soon as Manager Williams sends it to me, maybe you'll just send it to everybody. Maybe that's our next conversation. How do we put money into these programs that we don't have money or we're running out, and get into an agreement, because we'll have until 2026 to actually, spend it. But we have dollars right now where we can be using or planning to use for some of these programs that we're wondering how it's going to get funded.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, I want to follow up on Commissioner Meyer's question about the sole source. So if we're going to do a sole source with the coalition, who would get that information? I mean, they're not really, they're 501c, but there's really not a structure in place. So
Well, there's a chair, and, I've not seen their bylaws, but I believe that staff has helped them with that over the years. So they are, as you said, a 501c3, so we would treat them like that. There's a board, there's a chair, that would be who we would direct correspondence to. We'd expect the board to vote to enter into the agreement and the chair to execute it.
and then it gets to the point, they're going to dissolve that board, put another board together to, hire an executive director. So that's why I think it's a lot of moving pieces that I think we need to really be, this commission need to be involved with moving forward.
I just, as we, go ahead, Manager Williams.
Well, that's great. Just tell me what form that y'all want that to take. I hear we need to go to specifics, about what y'all want to accomplish.
Because, to me, this is too critical for us not to be on top of it. Like I said earlier, we need to be accountable for how these rest of these dollars are gonna get spent, so I think we really need to be on top of this thing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I
Commissioner
make a motion that might do this, that that Commissioner Hamby just whispered in my ears, and such a good, yes, yeah. But in the item as it already exists, where is that thing? Yeah, give it to someone. It says about the RFPs, right, direct the manager to create RFPs for the funding within 90 days, and I'm assuming this is going to be some there's going to be some agreement, right, with the homeless coalition that's going to be formed. And what would the title of that be? Could we direct the manager to create RFPs and the whatever, and bring them to just review so that we can make sure that all of our concerns are addressed in them?
Okay, so you want to preview the RFP scopes before they're distributed out?
Well, that's what number 3 says.
Okay.
Okay, but what would be a word to include
Do
the?
you want approval of the contract language?
Yeah, and the contract language with the coalition.
Isn't that a default? Don't we by default have to take a separate vote on approving any contract language?
You're allocating the funds now, we'll come back with an agreement.
Okay, so you will already be doing that?
Yes.
Okay, so we already will have input.
So let me be,
I mean, it could be an MOU, we could do an MOU, but either way,
There would
It
be a
will
return
come
to
back
this
to us.
body.
that's right.
Okay,
I want to be clear, it's gonna come back to us,
Yes.
okay.
okay, great. Then we're good.
Okay, so as we're ready for a vote, I want to make very quickly one point pursuant to Commissioner Thornton's identification that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because in fact, we have some communities within the region that have seen this swell and have subsequently enacted many of the tactics, in fact, some of the same exact tactics that are suggested here, and seen an ebb. And so I point anybody who's interested to Gainesville, Florida, and Chattanooga, Tennessee. Both of those are regional population centers. They both saw an increase in homelessness, both sheltered and unsheltered, in the teens. And they've subsequently put their resources into exactly these things and seen a diminishment. And so I'm glad to pass along some materials that I provided to my colleagues here. If anyone would like to email me, that is all yours. But I just want to make it clear that given that other cities in the southeastern United States have had this experience and then seen the benefit, we will as well. So we do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Myers. We have a second from Commissioner Link. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all. We're going to move to the final item before new business tonight, which is the transition plan for sanctioned homeless encampment.
I'll make a motion for 1 A, B, C, D.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright. All right, do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Wright, any?
I want to make sure that we thank staff for all the hard work that it takes to put together these agenda items. This one has 23 pages of history, facts, and issues, 2 attachments. I encourage people in the community to download this for reference because it is a wealth of information and the process. And I applaud us getting a safe transition plan, and that we can move these people in need into a sheltered environment with the vouchers. And I also want to applaud the businesses that are partnering with us on this. So that goes with my motion.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Taylor.
I do support the transition. I visited the encampment several times when it was under different leadership, but I saw the great things that was happening. So to see them being transitioned is really good because the weather is changing. So yeah, ready to vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'd like to present a substitute motion that we hold off on this vote for 2 weeks, and I want to encourage every single one of my colleagues to go down to the encampment and speak with the residents. Speak with the residents who do not want to move into hotels. Speak with Ms. Teresa, who has her little dog. She lost her home when her husband died a couple years ago, and she can't go into a hotel with a dog. I know personally, if I were to lose my home tomorrow, given the choice between sleeping in the woods and giving up my dog, I'd be sleeping in the woods with my dog. There are a long list of reasons why people are not suited for hotel vouchers. Plenty of the folks there would be happy with them, no doubt, but there will always be a group, a subset of unhoused people that will tend to stay in outdoors. Whether it's, a mental issue that has some kind of claustrophobia or leads them to want to be outside, whether they have a pet, agoraphobia, they don't want to be around a lot of people, or just the fact that living in a hotel, you're not allowed to congregate in the parking lot or in the lobby. You lose that sense of community. So I would like for all of us to, go down there and speak to folks and understand that this kind of low barrier, kind of pseudo outdoor housing should always be an option. And we need to look into that as we look into, finding appropriate property. We could look at more stable structures like sheds. You can buy a shed from Home Depot for a couple $1,000s. And, maybe look into nonprofit land or church land. I know Chattanooga is working with churches who are willing to put some of these structures up on their properties. It also requires working with your zoning laws. So before we vote, I don't think any one of us should be casting this vote without actually going down to First Step Encampment and speaking one-on-one with the residents and understanding what their situations are, because yes, there are many layers and there are dozens and dozens of personalities among these folks who find themselves without what we consider proper housing. There will always be people who will tend to live in the woods.
So Commissioner Link has made a motion to hold until the 17th of October. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, I second.
Or, sure, yeah. I don't need to, sure. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Link. We've got a second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Fisher, any follow-up?
No, I agree with Commissioner Link. And sort of like how I feel about the homeless strategic plan. I think we need to go out there and take a look at, like my other colleagues, I've been down there several times. Camp was running well, but I think before we move forward and really understand, what that transition is gonna look like. I think we need to explain to those residents down there, what's gonna happen, moving forward. And again, just get an idea of, what their thoughts are with that. And again, and you all know I have said this, I'm not exactly sure why we're moving, but, and that's a discussion for another day. But I do know if we are gonna move, then we got to figure out where they need to go.
Commissioner Thornton?
I will support Commissioner Link's amendment, but it bothers me to no end that camp was running effectively. And we as this commission allowed personal, alleged legal stuff to get it shut down. And I was there. I went once every other month. I know what they were doing. We never got a report on the people who got jobs. We never got a report on people who got homes. We never got a report of anybody who was having specific mental health issues and how that was being handled. I'm very leery about supporting this recommendation, But because we mishandled it when it was functional, I'm willing to give it the 2 weeks.
Commissioner Hool, Davenport, Hamby.
Yeah, speaking to my support for the substitute motion to hold and trying to keep it focused on that, a few of the concerns I have in this transition plan as it's laid out, one is that hotel vouchers just won't work for all the people that are currently being served at the encampment. And there's a real void of clarity around like, well, what are we going to do with those folks for whom the hotel voucher won't work? Another concern is, well, what happens after the hotel vouchers run out? And noting, as we've heard from service providers, that hotel vouchers are among the most expensive per person things we can possibly do, and also that they're only going to work for some. That's not saying we shouldn't necessarily do it. For the some, it will work for. But when we talk about the wisest use of our limited dollars, I do have a lot of concerns about that being kind of the only thing we're hinging our hopes on, as well as the fact that the number of vouchers is only about half as many vouchers as there are people in the camp. And I think that speaks to the limited amount of funds more than it does the desire to try to help more people. And then, so yeah, there's the what do we do with the folks who aren't going to go to the hotel in the first place? What do we do with the folks who are still in a hotel 4 months from now because we know there's a shortage of units? And that is a big, bold, italicized question mark, I think. History number 79 of Facts and Issues 24 mentioned a proposal that was submitted, only a couple weeks ago. And I haven't seen that at all. I know we received it. Thank you for sharing that earlier today, Manager Williams, for our reference. I don't know until reviewing it how much I want to build any recommendation off of what's put forth there. I guess there's two options in it. I see very clearly in this report that staff doesn't really like either of them, but perhaps that's at least a starting place for a conversation about what we can do in the interim. And one key thing that I think has changed since this agenda report was drafted and now is that we just passed the previous agenda item. And so, I'd be curious to have a bit more clarity on how whatever we're going to do with the folks in this camp aligns with the actions that are kind of laid out in the 10 key strategies that we just adopted. So I hope that's some specific enough feedback for staff to have a sense of why I support the hold. And I also, want to acknowledge that 2 weeks is not a whole lot of time, and we are coming up on a real deadline where something's going to have to change by the end of this calendar year. So I don't want to assume that we're going to get everything perfect between now and 2 weeks from now. But I'm hoping that we can get at least a bit more clarity and have a better sense of what we can do for the folks who we've done something for and we still need to do more for. Thanks.
Mayor, I'd like to say something.
Yes, Manager Williams.
So I'll remind y'all again that we have an ARPA data hub where, with regards to the homeless encampment, we've tracked every month the total residing in the camp, the number of new individuals served during each month, the number who increased their income, the number of residents enrolled in HMIS, the number successfully accessing mainstream resources, the total served during each month. I've let y'all know about that. That's being tracked every month, so we have that. I cannot share with y'all due to HIPAA concerns about mental health events. 17% of the camp residents have exited to permanent housing. There's been 52 total exits. It's on the website. 5% of the camp residents exited to a transitional or recovery program. That's 17 total exits. And you can see the demographics of the residents. So that's been there since you created that position 19 months ago. With regards to delaying it, that's fine. But we have to give 60-day notice if we close the camp. The contract has been projected to end for the last 22 months on December 31st. We're already cutting it a little close. I don't have anybody to manage that camp. I have talked to a security company, and just like anybody else, they've got to have 30, 60 days to ramp up to hire people. So I just, we've talked about, I think we've known since the camp was approved that there was an end date. And we've talked about it, for some months now. And I know it's a heavy decision to make, for sure. But I just want to be careful that, if you think we're in a mess now, we don't have anybody contractually to run it. you know, with the proper insurance and all those things, we don't have the staff to run it, I'm not sure what that looks like.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, not Commissioner. Blaine Williams addressed one of my concerns was the fact that we do have a sunset December 31st, and if we do hold it for 2 more weeks, you know, what type of timeline, how can we execute contracts and give notifications to those, to the people who are maintaining that camp now? But also, we got an email right before this meeting that's very curious, but about, I guess, First Step wanting to continue the camp, but their contract ends on the 31st at that location, and if they're wanting to continue, you know, are we going to have that discussion, you know, maybe an executive session of where they're planning on moving or going to, or that's irrelevant? I don't know.
Well, the lease, there's a contract and a lease associated with that, and both of those, I believe, expire on December 31st.
Okay.
Those were built sort of with a fuse from the outset.
So that we would get to this day, and then you would have ideas on how to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you, Mayor, I appreciate it. And Manager Williams laid it out exactly right as far as why we should go ahead and vote on this tonight, simply because of the timeline associated with it, the 60 days we need to give. And certainly, you know, 2 weeks doesn't seem like a lot of time, but it is a lot of time when you're dealing with people's lives, and they need to know what to expect and how they're gonna transition. The theme for the night is I think let's do something. Let's do some things. Let's hurry up and do it. So let's hurry up and help these people get into some housing before these winter months come up, and give them the proper notice. Treat them the way we would treat anybody that we're asking to do something different with. So I'm ready to vote on this tonight, and let's get going. Thank you.
And Commissioner Myers next, and then Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Houle.
I wanted to, I was trying to find again the place in here, I think I'm right there. Staff has has identified 3 realistic alternatives related to the camp's closure, and the first one is a relocation options all current encampment occupants would be relocated following the Housing First protocols. Relocation options may include hotel vouchers, pending placement, emergency shelter, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, or reunification with family and friends. Now, I understand that there's not a lot of these housing units available, but I do want to point out that the staff recommendation is to try to work with the individuals to find a placement so the woman with the small dog can find a place in here. I was speaking with one of the people who's on the coalition, and who was pointing out that in many ways the encampment has worked. It has given people a safe place. I am a person who spent a lot of time in tents, and a lot of people don't like them, but I'll tell you, a tent can give you a privacy. It can give you a sense of place. You have a place to put it. So I'm not against the encampment per se. But when I was talking to the homeless coalition member, they were pointing out that if we had a homeless coalition that was really functioning and a staff that was together, that they could put together and anticipate some of the, a much stronger plan for moving forward and having an encampment. So, in my thinking, between now and 2 weeks or 4 weeks, we're not going to come up with that new plan for the encampment. But I would encourage the homeless coalition and the staff that's recommended to be thinking about that seriously and bring forth other ideas in their strategic plans as they move forward. So, anyway, I'm going to vote with Commissioner Hamby to go ahead with this transition plan tonight.
Commissioner Thornton.
I guess I missed the email Commissioner Davenport was talking about, that they wanted to continue. We got an email this afternoon?
4:30.
What time?
4:34.
Well, it was in the agenda item, so it was referenced in the agenda item.
Okay, but there was an email that came.
But Commissioner Houle asked me to share the actual proposal with y'all, and I sent that out before the meeting.
That's the letter that I was referencing in History 79, Facts and Issues
Okay,
24.
okay,
But
okay.
we didn't have the actual thing, we just had the reference to it.
Okay, so if we wanted to honor that request, is the capacity there as far as insurance and all of that stuff? Because we've already talked about the threat of where we are legally with the legal stuff. So if by some, like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna support, is the capacity and the legal stuff in place?
Well, Attorney Drake, that was part of our discussion, that we just didn't feel like that the corporate entity had recovered from the dissolution to a state to where we felt like we could continue with them contractually.
Correct. Contract
Okay.
expires in December.
So then my next question, even though this deadline was already predetermined, what steps have already been taken? Do we know how many people are okay going to a hotel? Do we know how many people need to stay in the outdoor? Do we have those kind of numbers so we will know where people are at? I mean, has that been, and again, I think that this is another example of a coalition, a homeless coalition, that all of the members should be impacting, just not the encampment folks. So do we have numbers of the folk that need a place with their dog, and how many people can manage in the hotel? Do we have those numbers?
As part of what we've already been discussing, going back some time with the coalition, as the contract was winding down, that we'd have both the cooperation of their staff and Advantage, which has been providing the supportive services out there, begin to transition folks. I know Mr. Mincy, before he was let go recently, was trying to assist folks with finding other places to go to let them know that this was happening. And I appreciate that the coalition did present another alternative, but from a legal perspective, we just don't feel like they've been able to overcome,
So tomorrow, if we had to shut down tomorrow, how many folk we know can be in a hotel and from whatever that, what is that number? Because we know Miss Lady with the dog ain't gone.
Right. I'd have to ask Advantage staff that at this point.
Huh?
I'd have to ask Advantage staff about that.
Okay.
Got a few others who want to provide some input here as we move to a vote. Commissioner Houle.
Sure, I think Commissioner Wright is also.
I have my
seeking
hand
to-
up. Just put me on the list.
Put me on the list too, please.
So I'll get on that list. My hope is just that we'll get some more clarity around some of these specifics. I think we have a lot of folks who are trying to keep the ship afloat over there, and we know it's been a rocky road at the encampment, and we got a lot of folks who are staying there who are very uncertain about what's going to happen. I'm hoping that in these next 2 weeks, we can get a bit more clarity around who can be served by which of these options. As far as how to use the letter that we get, that's not me assuming that we're going to move forward partnering with the existing org. It's just that they're putting forward a proposal that looks like what we've seen happen in other cities where there is a lower cost per month, to run something like this. And so is there something we can pull from that general concept to perhaps include in the series of RFPs we're going to send out as part of the strategy we just adopted, given that there is funding left over in the strategy that we just adopted? So the previous agenda item that we just adopted left some money for us to kind of do something with. And I believe we got a letter from some service providers that actually suggested maybe we could do something along these lines with that. So maybe that can help us fill in a gap if there is a gap not met by the hotel vouchers, acknowledging we're not going to try to bring even more people into this camp, but also acknowledging that there is a real utility. I mean, speaking to that data that Manager Williams pointed out, you have more people who have exited through this encampment into permanent housing or recovery programs than there are slots at the encampment. So that to me shows that this has really been a success in a lot of ways at helping people who have persistent high need and have struggled to get help at all. I just hope that we would do whatever we can with the folks who remain. And perhaps there's something more we can do than is currently outlined in this agenda item. So that's why I'm hoping we can take 2 more weeks.
Commissioner Wright?
Not in my wildest dreams, especially with everything we heard tonight. I'm shocked that we're not ready to move forward with the timeline that is so imminent and giving the proper notice so that the solutions can be found for those that are there and them not take new people in when we don't have the structure in shape, in place that we have had to run this. I just, in my wildest dreams, I just thought this was going to be just a smooth, unanimous vote of all things. So I'm very surprised that we would want to delay this. We've got people, we had a man talking about how many seniors are in the tents. We got weather coming. I mean, the lowest number we had in the chart on homeless was in 2020, negative 11%, because we had vouchers. They had roofs over their head. And then we switched to tents in whatever, August 2021. That whole winter was spent setting up the encampment. So the first winter of the 2 years of this program, that people were still not in this safe version of the encampment versus around where we couldn't get the providers to find them. But I just really don't think that we have the time, and I don't think that if the people that were in here earlier thought that we were going to try to keep the encampment at this point in time, I'm just shocked. So I hope that we can move ahead and vote. I hope that we can move forward. We've had key strategies and the timeline for this. October 1 was when a lot of this stuff was supposed to happen for us getting to the point we're supposed to be December 31st with this, and have the vouchers in place, have the hotels ready for the vouchers, have the help that people need, and other options for them. We passed the other 22 and 23, so certainly that passing is moving things forward to help us with the transition that we need from this encampment to real roofs over these people's heads. Not tents, not tarps, those don't count. The point in time count, it doesn't count. I haven't used up 3 minutes all night.
No, I was just interrupting you.
No. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Link, and then we're going to move to a vote. I've often noted that we find ourselves most effective when we're under the 3-hour window, and we're now at hour 6 of public gathering. And so, Commissioner Link, you're providing final comments to this agenda item.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that a hotel voucher it costs about well over $2,000 a month. That is more than twice my mortgage for my house in Half Acre and Boulevard. I believe that we can come up with a more strategic way to maybe divert some of those funds to more low barrier housing that could accommodate people like Miss Teresa and her dog, and folks who might get kicked out of hotels for assorted reasons. The hotel managers can kick people out for whatever reason they really like. They catch you smoking in the hallway or in the lobby, or it's not stable housing. It's really not stable housing. And over and over and over again, what I hear from the folks at that encampment is they appreciate the stability. They know that their stuff is there, and that it's always going to be there, and that they can come and go as they please. They can step outside their tent. They can hang out with folks and watch TV and hang out on the computer. There is a sense of community and a place for them to congregate near their home and near their stuff. And, they get caught doing that in the hotel parking lot, they might get kicked out.
So we've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Link, so we'll begin roll call on the substitute motion.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Wright,
No.
Fisher,
Yes.
Rule,
Yes.
Culpepper,
No.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
No.
Amby,
No.
Davenport,
No.
3 yes, 7 no.
All right, so we return then to the core motion from
Right here.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Rule,
Do we not have an opportunity to speak to this before we vote? Now that this is
No,
the
we
motion back on the
done
floor?
talked.
We've been talking all night.
yes or no?
No.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Amby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Lee,
No.
Taylor,
Yes.
8 yes, 2 no.
All right, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to new business, so I need a motion for suspension of
Wait a minute,
rules.
solar light, solar.
We're going to do that afterwards.
So moved.
After?
Motion to suspend the rules.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Is there a second?
Second.
I got a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Mr. Mayor, there's an ordinance without homeless encampment.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, this
Yeah.
fiscal note. All right, so could you read that ordinance for us?
An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, for Advanced Behavioral Health Services, ABHS Hotel Voucher Services, and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All who are opposed, please say.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, please note Commissioner Hool and Commissioner Link opposed, as noted. All right, so again, we're considering an item now under suspension of rules, and this is an ordinance with respect to excise taxation for distilled spirits, just clarifying some language because we've got some 30-year-old language in code, and we just need to be very clear that we're talking about both package and pouring sales. So I'd entertain a motion for approval.
I think he's got to read an ordinance first.
Well, yeah, either way. Go right ahead.
Ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to excise taxation of distilled spirits and for other purposes, and also an ordinance to authorize the mayor's office to issue excise tax refunds and to set administrative procedures for the same and for other purposes.
All right, is there a motion to approve these ordinances as a slate?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Myers, or excuse me, from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, sir.
Commissioner Thornton, any remarks?
No.
Commissioner Culpepper?
So, the question was, the language before was basically, was it double taxation?
That's what was claimed by the party who wrote the letter, correct?
All right, so with the new ordinance, is that double taxation? They're still only being taxed once?
We don't believe that's double taxation. We believe that by making this ordinance change, we'll be properly doing what other communities in Georgia relative to continuing the imposition of this excise tax.
So are we adding a tax then?
No, we're clarifying that we're making sure we're collecting the tax properly, is what we're doing. So
we're not changing any way we could.
we're changing the ordinance language to make sure it's clear that we're doing it, that the ordinance language is proper. And so we're not adding any new tax, but we're not taking a tax away either.
And then we're refunding because of the way it was written before?
Because of the way it was written before.
Any further input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion. Commissioner Culpepper was opposed on this item. So we'll reflect that in the record. All right, we are reconsidering the library solar array. And Commissioner Myers, I know you have a motion to make.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve this CDO that I presented to the commission and distributed last Friday with this one I gave now has 4 more words. So I make a motion to approve that CDO, which I will explain further if I get a second.
Second.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this because it's quite late. Okay, so you have the CDO in front of you, and what we had approved back a month ago was to just go ahead with the 8 solar, well, let me just explain what I'm saying to approve, okay, if I can say it clearly at this hour. So the functional things for us to know here is that we're approving option 1 as described in the original proposal, which basically uses a grant money, puts in the matching money, and uses all of that for solar arrays. So that, would theoretically, I believe, have 4 solar arrays. It would also then direct staff to work with the library staff and the county forester to put up more solar arrays, up to $280,000, providing that the additional solar arrays do not necessitate the removal of additional healthy trees. And then it as we talked about last time, directs the staff to plant at least one medium or large canopy tree for each tree removed from the project, prioritizing replanting in the library property or within the adjacent areas before considering locations elsewhere in the county. And it includes the language, and this is all language that was given to me basically by staff. That's why it's much more complex than I would have put together myself, that approves the selection of the 2 firms to provide on-call solar photovoltaic, and I guess it's another contract with the construction services. But basically, this is not just saying 4 solar arrays, it's saying up to what we approved last time, but with more deliberation and thought going into what we would have. So we could very well end up with the 8 that we approved last time if the staff, in conjunction with the library staff and the county forester, were able to find locations that would meet these criteria. And I welcome any questions to help clarify that.
No, that's good, that's real
We'll
clear.
take your word for it.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, that was easy.
All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, now is that time for resident input on any item that was not on our agenda tonight. And features of input are the same, 3-minute opportunity, and you have the same clock in front of Brooke Spratlin. Good evening.
Mayor and Commission, I am Tawana Maddox of Destin Incorporated, 985 Gaines School Road. First of all, I want to say thank you all for allowing us to support 60 young people this summer during our summer camp at New Grove Baptist Church, where the pastor and leadership have already agreed to allow us to offer the summer camp for the next 3 years, and we will, with or without, your support. However, I am asking for your support because, we are in a rural area, and time again, I'm very frustrated that we continuously are overlooked. I really want us to do better. I do appreciate the fact that there is this new RFP that's out to build capacity, because I was actually meeting with the commissioner the other day, and she asked, if you get this money to help, with Destin for the next 3 years, how are you going to sustain? And my response was, our goal and where we are now, we are building from the ground up. We have worked for 25 years with 23 years with no funding, out of our pockets, with some community support who believed in our program, in our children, making a difference, children learning how to read, parents developing greater skills to enable to build students who are not bullying, who are not fighting, who are doing what you say that you want to improve. And so I felt some kind of way, not against the agencies that you gave the money to, but the fact that you did not even consider, I didn't hear a COD from anybody, a CDO for anybody, that the agencies that you've been supporting for the last few years with the ARPA funds, that we would even be considered for the rest of the time, and help us with building that information, that infrastructure that you are proposing in the RFP. If you truly want nonprofits, small nonprofits who's doing great work and building a mass of young people. So I wanted to just come to you face to face to say that I'm very disappointed. I have 60 families, and we will take care of them. We will have a camp. But if you have some interest left, y'all were talking about some interest in different pots. If you have some interest left, I left for you all our last report, and just a note begging you to give us funds to support our summer camp so that we're not stressed out with that, but we are able to build our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox. Is there any other input tonight on any item not on our agenda? Seeing none, we'll come behind the rail, receive reports from myself, the manager, the auditor, and the attorney, and then from commissioners. Just very quickly, I have 2 committee assignments. I'm going to be assigning to the Legislative Review Committee, review and revision of our smoking ordinance with model language provided by the American Heart Association, and I'll deliver that to members of the committee. And then I'm going to be assigning to the Government Operations Committee revision and implementation of our land bank authority pursuant to our affordable housing plan. And Manager Williams?
No report, sir.
Attorney Drake? Auditor Hessimer? All right, we'll begin with Commissioner Hamby, and we'll go around and end with Commissioner Davenport.
No report, thank you.
No report.
I'm just thankful of the hard work we all did together. Really appreciate my colleagues and on these CDOs we worked on, and look forward to more collegial work as we move forward in the months ahead of us.
Commissioner Culpepper?
I agree with Commissioner Myers. Ditto.
Commissioner Hool?
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's late. I got 3 things. One, I do hope that we can get consistent with our agendas saying public input everywhere instead of citizen input. We've discussed that plenty of times in the past, but it happened again. I do want to ask, I can appreciate all the arguments made for why we move forward tonight on the transition plan as it was mapped out by staff, and it doesn't really feel like there's any great options moving forward. But one thing I do ask, this is just an ask that may not get any action if it requires further support, but I hope staff may and my colleagues may consider use of the remaining ARPA funds that we've designated towards homelessness but are left unallocated by the strategic plan to reduce and prevent homelessness to help with the transition and stabilization of residents leaving First Step. Specifically, any other options that could be provided for folks who are either not going to be served by the hotel vouchers or who are served by the hotel vouchers but don't find themselves transitioning into permanent housing by the time the hotel voucher plan expires. We do have some funding left there. I know it's very difficult to figure out how to help everyone who's transitioning from this place, but since they are currently in a place that is largely part of a plan we set forth, I hope we can think about them with those remaining funds. And the last thing I want to add, in case anyone out there is still listening or watches this later, we have a special election coming up that I think many people don't know about. It is for the clerk of courts countywide, no matter where you live in the county. And it is a contested election, so your vote does matter. And then there's also Winterville City Council seats up for grabs. So the last day to register to vote is Tuesday, October 10th. That's a week from today. And then advance voting will begin in person on Monday, October 16th, and that will be every weekday from then through November 3rd, and also on Saturday, October 28th. And then, of course, Election Day at all the precincts and at your specific precinct only is November 7th. So please get out there and vote. If you haven't updated your registration, please update it and get registered by next week. And thanks, everybody, for your stalwart participation all the way through to this late hour.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long night. Thank my colleagues for hanging in there with us. Thank the public for hanging in there with us. I do want to make an announcement about the Parent-Teacher Conference coming up for the Clarke County School District, October 11th, 12th, and 13th. So if the public is out there listening and you got children in the Clarke County School District, please go to your Parent-Teacher Conference. That's so important for our young people, for our parents to have that support, or grandparents, or whoever the caretaker is to take care of our kids. So please, please, please show up for the parent conference teachers conferences, October 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I would just like to thank staff for all of their work, for the community for coming out this evening. Tomorrow, from 5:30 to 7, there is going to be a voter education forum at the Miriam Moore Community Center. It's a Q&A. The Miriam Moore Center is no longer just an early voting precinct. It is a actual precinct where you can go during elections to vote. So it's a party, it's a pet rally, but you can also come and ask questions as to where your new voting precinct is if you do not know. So that's tomorrow at 5:30, from 5:30 to 7 at the Miriam Moore Community Center. So come out and, ask your voter questions so you'll be informed in this election.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, we've done some heavy lifting tonight, and I'm grateful to all my colleagues for us being able to work together and, come up with the language we needed to come up with to make everyone comfortable with passing these plans. They were long overdue. And, you know, affordable housing and homelessness was something that, you know, I'd been talking about since I ran for office 9 years ago, almost 10 years ago. And I really felt like for my first 4 years on this commission under the previous administration, we were just treading water. We were not addressing these issues. And you know, these plans have taken some time to get out, but at least now we have a plan. We're not just throwing spaghetti at the wall. And we have some, I mean, thanks to President Biden and our Democratic senators, Ossoff and Warnock, we actually have money to begin to implement these plans. So, you know, there is some hope. It's, you know, hope is kind of hard to come by these days. There's a lot going on out there in the world and in our own country and in our own lives, but there is some hope out there. And I do want to invite any of my colleagues to please visit First Step and talk to those residents face to face and understand their experiences and, you know, imagine where they might be in 3 months. And I'm hoping that maybe we can put our heads together and use those remaining funds to come up with some solutions to get some of these folks by, you know, as this homelessness strategic plan takes shape and, you know, some more supportive housing is actually realized, to get some of these folks towards that. Because I know there are a lot of folks there who are going to end up back in the woods and going to end up, I'm going to start getting the calls about people sleeping on porches and in sheds throughout my neighborhood. So, I mean, you know, we were in a really rough place back in 2020 and 2021. And, you know, part of the reason we made this hasty decision to implement this encampment was because of those situations. So, we're going to have to come up we're going to have to think outside the box and come up with solutions for folks who these vouchers are just not going to work for.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport, your remarks, and then if you'd make a motion to
I will
adjourn.
do so. Yeah, whatever transition plan we can think of, I support. But just keep in mind, we had a sunset for December 31st for that encampment. Faith in Blue, happy Halloween. Hopefully everybody have fun at Justice Fest and Pride Fest this weekend. And go Dogs. Motion to adjourn.
I got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you, everyone. Please rest well.